Hello everybody. Welcome to Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse. This is an intense song. Also, this is the first time I've launched the game, so let's check the options. See if we've got any graphic settings we want to change. I mean, the chromatic aberration isn't that bad. Maybe we'll turn it off. I don't know. Ooh. Should I play this with gamepad controls? I don't know. Text speed will bump. I like how it's a slider, but you can only, it's only like specific locations. Brightness. Turn it up a little. Invert all the controls. Let's see, you can play it in traditional and simplified Chinese, I guess. I guess technically, since like it's not voiced or anything. Oh, they don't have a voice setting this time. That's funny. All right. Yeah. So since it's not voiced, it's purely in text. So it's kind of funny that it's only in English, Japanese, and 2 different types of Chinese. All right. They didn't have any other languages. Alright, I don't think there's really much else to change. Maybe we'll play with keyboard at some point, or with gamepad at some point. Usability. Wait. You know what? I'm going to switch to gamepad just because I don't wanna deal with having to use my keyboard to do anything. I'll keep it on deck. We're not gonna switch to it just yet. We'll see. Anyway, apply all. Alright, let's start the game, I guess. Your ability is rootkit. Alright. So, Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse. So, As far as I know, I like how the O frames this little portal over here. So, we played the original before. We don't have I don't have the VODs on the YouTube video or on the YouTube channel, but they exist somewhere. As far as I know, this game and the previous game are not related, other than that it's, I guess, like the series is going to be like an anthology series, I guess, where each story is self-contained. And this one we're gonna learn about Japanese mermaids, I guess. Let's go. Ooh, the zoom in. Part of that world. Oh, hello. Hi, what's up? My apologies for the wait. Welcome, welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the storyteller, your guide to the world of Paranormasight. Yeah, he was the narrator in the previous game too. Although he looks kind of old, that's just a mask. He's probably, I don't know, it's hard to tell actually. He's got long white hair, or the mask has long white hair. It's really hard to say. Mr. Cloudy Pants. I don't think those are pants. Now then, I understand you might be keen to dive into our story. Need to get a dive? But there are some important matters I must address first, so please bear with me for a while longer. First, this game uses autosave. The game will automatically save at regular intervals, so you may stop playing at any time. Next, please. Look at the upper right of the screen. This is the menu button. From here, you can check the text log, view files, and adjust your settings for auto mode. You can also adjust the volume and other game settings in the options menu. If you find that certain effects make the text difficult to read, you may turn them off. I recommend you check the brightness controls and other settings now before continuing. I already did. I'm way ahead of you, buddy, Mr. Storyteller Man. Open updates page, how to play. So we can zoom in and out. Confirm. There's also keyboard controls, I guess, in case you're playing only on keyboard for some reason. Press and hold the cancel button to fast forward through the game. What's my cancel button? Just right click, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Is this game made in Unity? For some reason it feels like it was made in Unity. I don't know what about it. It didn't have the Unity logo though, so maybe it wasn't. Autosaves will be created at every important juncture, so you can turn off the game without any worry, right? And we don't have anything else here, so we just have a new gameplay guide. File. Now, let us go over the basic controls. When the game is in your control, you may drag the screen to look at your surroundings. You will once again become able to move after this, so try taking a look behind you before turning back to me. Alright, let's look behind me! There's nothing. Oh, he's gone. Oh. Wonderful, well done! You may also select the face of an individual in front of you to talk to them. Please go ahead and try with me. Or I could spin around. Okay, fine. Look at you! You're so flat! Anyway. Bravo! A fine display. There are times when you will be presented with options such as these. Who am I? Oh, so you've forgotten who you are, have you? But there was no need for concern. There was a twist in the previous game about who we, the player, were. So maybe there will be another twist here? Or will they not do that again? It is for that reason that I am here to guide you, after all. You may be confused at first, but continuing through the story should allow you to remember your true objective. Once you have seen everything an option has to offer, a check mark will appear next to it like so. Do not fear, you will come to know where we are eventually. Hoping the twist is a churro. Oh, now I want a churro, but I'd have to order from Jack in the Box to get one, because that's all that have churros nearby. That is all for my explanation of the basic controls. I will explain other essential functions when the time is right. How are you not, like, soaking wet in here, sir? Ah yes, there was one more thing I wish to confirm before we continue. As you may know, I previously served as a guide to a different tale in the world of Paranormasight. One concerning the 7 mysteries of Honjo. Oh yeah? Yeah, we know. You wouldn't happen to be familiar with the events of that tale, would you? Alright, I'm gonna say I am, because I am familiar. Intimately so. I see. So you are familiar with what transpired during the incident in Honjo. In that case, there is nothing I need to warn you about. Uh-oh, what does that mean? Well, I believe I have kept you waiting long enough. The tale you are about to experience concerns a number of legends passed down in Ise Bay, a stretch of sea bordering Mie Prefecture. Specifically, those legends involving mermaids. Yes, as the subtitle suggests, our subject this time is the widely familiar mermaid. Since ancient times, a great many legends about mermaids have been passed down in countries all around the world. This is a very ugly mermaid. Dugongs. In Japan, many of the legends famously include the idea that eating their flesh grants immortality. The tale of Yao Bikuni, which continues to be told in such places as Wakasa Province, modern-day Fukui Prefecture, is perhaps the most well-known. These legends have spurred those with a yearning for immortality to seek out mermaids since ancient times. Of course, as I just mentioned, these are only some of the legends concerning mermaids that exist across the globe. Indeed, many have sought out mermaids simply due to fascination with their status as rare and mystical beings. They have also served as the inspiration for countless creative and artistic works throughout the ages. It would seem that mermaids possess a mysterious charm that has captivated the human heart for myriad reasons, irrespective of era or culture. Open updates page? Alright, we've got new stuff here. Mie Prefecture. Mie Prefecture is located on the eastern part of the Kii Peninsula in central Honshu, over here. The Japanese mainland, and falls within both the Chubu and Kinki regions. Kinki! Measuring 170 kilometers from north to south and 80 kilometers from west to east. It has a narrow, elongated shape and is known for its rich natural diversity that differs greatly between its northern and southern regions. The varied and abundant nature of Mie Prefecture has led it to be known as a land of great beauty, since ancient times, rather be the Chibi region. Even back when it was still known as Ise Province, it was also purported to be the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world, which led to the establishment of Ise Shrine as a place of enshrinement for the goddess Amaterasu. The eternal world is said to be a realm across the seas separate from the one in which you live, often described as an eternal paradise. Ise was seen as the land where the waves from this world continually broke, connecting the material world and the world beyond. Famous spots and scenic vistas in Mie Prefecture: Ise Shrine, Iseji route of the Kumano Kodo, a series of ancient pilgrimage routes, birthplace of the Iga Ninja Clan, birthplace of the Isehei Clan, Suzuka International Racing Course, Toba Aquarium, Ise-shima National Park, and many more. Local specialties of Mie Prefecture: pearls, Ise lobsters, abalone, turban shells, oysters, and other marine products. Ise udon, matsusaka beef, matsusaka beef rather, and many more. Ise Bay, also known as by the name the Sea of Ise. Ise Bay is an enclosed bay located in central Honshu, the Japanese mainland. Although its exact range varies, in this game it refers to the area of sea surrounded by land up to the cape. Up to the line drawn from Cape Idago in Aichi Prefecture to Cape Dayo in Mie Prefecture. So this is the line. So what's this part called? Mermaids. This is gonna be long. Alright. A flyer of a mermaid, also known as kaidai, woodblock print from a Kawaraban broadsheet. A general term for a half-human, half-fish being. I'm feeling like my throat is not gonna like today. The first recorded appearance in Japan of a creature believed to be a mermaid was more than 1300 years ago in the Nihon Shoki, Chronicles of Japan. At the time, the term mermaid was not yet in use, and most recordings are anecdotal reports of sightings of creatures resembling both fish and humans in various places. In ancient Japan, as well as in other parts of East Asia, depictions of mermaids often blurred the line between human and fish, frequently portraying them as grotesque monsters. The Middle Ages saw the spread of the legend of Yao Bikuni throughout Japan, which claimed that eating mermaid flesh could grant eternal youth and longevity. In the early modern period, the image of mermaids diversified, attracting wider public interest. Mermaid mummies were exhibited in sideshows, and illustrations and literature featuring mermaids became more common. It was also during this time that the depictions of mermaids as having the upper body of a human woman and the lower body of a fish became more widely recognized. Kunisada Utagawa, Hiroshige Utagawa, Miracles of Kannon, adapted from the National Diet Library of Japan official website. Arnold Böcklin, Play of the Nereides. Although the details vary from country to country, the most common depiction of mermaids in the West likely stems from the sirens of Greek mythology, sea monsters that over time came to be represented as the familiar half-fish, half-human figures. These mermaids were thought to be more akin to spirits or fairies in nature. I like how the text doesn't fill this area. Enchanting those who encountered them with their beautiful feminine appearances and singing voices. Many records of mermaid sightings by sailors during the Age of Discovery have been preserved, and some theories suggest that mermaid sightings and their associated legends may in fact have originated from a sea mammal called a dugong. Yes. The files added just now should provide a general overview of the terms that came up in our conversation. It seems you have already taken a look, but I do recommend reading them if you have the chance. They may allow you to enjoy the story even more. It's a history lesson disguised as a video game! As a horror game. There are apparently at least 2 Japanese games that are like that. Like older ones, not like modern ones, for like PC 98 or whatever older engines they had, that were basically just educational games, but also horror at the same time. Words highlighted in pale blue usually indicate that there's a related entry in your files. Now then, allow me to introduce the primary setting of this tale. The majority of our story takes place on Kameshima, an isolated island in the waters of Ise Bay, as in like Turtle Island. Yeah, it's shaped like a turtle. Yeah, look at this, it's turtle shaped. An island situated between the Yatsumi and Shima peninsulas and the most distant of the 4 populated islands under the administration of Toba City in Mie Prefecture. It has an area of approximately 0.7 square kilometers and a population of about 900. The island's name comes from the turtle-like shape, with kame meaning turtle in Japanese. Famous for its karst landscapes and other beautiful scenery, Kameshima is a popular location for tourists year-round. Recently, the island's youth organization has been leading a revitalization effort to boost the local economy and strengthen the community, creating an island logo and a mascot character, Kameshimaru, which are expected to bring more people to the area. Where's Kameshimaru? Show me! You will experience events through the eyes of a young resident of the island, one Yuza Minakuchi. If nothing else, please remember that. Yuza Minakuchi, Yuza Minakuchi, Yuza Minakuchi, Yuza Minakuchi. I'm gonna summon him through my monitor. He's like Bloody Mary, except Yuza Minakuchi. Alright. Well, I believe this ends my initial explanation. Bon voyage, and do enjoy the tale. Oh, we're zooming in on his... not his head. This story is a work of fiction based on existing locations and legends. Please note that one of the locations that appears in this game, Kameshima, is a fictional island with no counterpart in reality. So there's no Kameshi, what's his name? Did you come to me or did I go to you? I cannot recall whether it was a dream or reality. I cannot recall if I was asleep or awake. The Tales of Issei, passage 69. Nice. Kari no Tsukai. Brain and fingers talk to each other! Crawling out of the well right now. Toba City, Mia Prefecture, 1980X, August 7th. Right? They should do it. All good to go, user? Yep, ready as ready can be. I feel so light. I bet I could even outswim a shark. No, more than that. I was born for this moment. The legend of Kamishima patron saint of diving begins today! Yuza Minakuchi. Kamishima youth. Uh-oh. What? Oh. It was just... My capture card is being very weird and doing silly things like that. Where it pauses for me, and I guess didn't show up on stream this time. Okay, whatever. Open updates page. Yuza Minakuchi, sex male. Occupation apprentice AMA driver. AMA driver? Age 18 years old. Alright. A young man born and raised on Kamishima. Although generally quiet and serious, he has an eccentric side that often sees him make jokes and wisecracks with a straight face, catching whoever he's talking to off guard. Alright, so he's just kind of like, he doesn't sound enthusiastic, but he just makes jokes like that. Alright, good to know. Alright, after losing his parents in the large-scale maritime accident 5 years ago, he was raised by his grandmother, veteran AMA diver Tsuyu Minakuchi. He briefly found work at a seafood processing plant in Toba after graduating high school earlier in the year. But upon hearing that Tsuyu had injured her leg, forcing her to retire from diving and causing difficulties in her daily life, he quit his job after only 3 months and returned to Kamishima. At present, he is caring for Tsuyu while looking for work on Kamishima, and he's recently made the decision to follow in Tsuyu's footsteps and become an AMA diver himself. Although he has been unable to bring himself to enter the sea since the disaster 5 years ago, he is hoping that his previous aptitude for swimming will lend itself to a natural talent for AMA diving. His current diver rank is 1. Quiet and introverted as a child, he began to show a more animated side upon befriending Azami Kumoi, a boy his same age, and it eventually became a common sight to see them getting up to mischief together. Although the maritime disaster 5 years ago saw a drastic shift in the way most Kamishima inhabitants treated Yuza, Azami alone continued to treat him the same. Even now, it is not uncommon for Azami to find himself caught up in Yuza's eccentric exploits, but he's always quick to laugh and follow his lead. Alright, so Azami is his best friend right now. So our storyteller, sex, question mark, occupation, question mark, age, question mark. The guide to those who visit Paranormasight. Everything else about him, it remains a mystery. Even his sex? You just called him him. I guess maybe it's sex and not gender. Maybe they're trans. Most of my friends are animated too. I see. Oh man. Alright. Well, that sounds pretty impressive. But this is your first time diving out in the bay, so don't push yourself out too hard. Push yourself too hard, alright? Yeah, I know it's my first time, but somehow I'm brimming with confidence. I just know I can land a massive haul if I try. Well, I'm glad to see you're raring to go, but make sure you don't go too far from the boat at first. Best friend Azami Kumoi. Why is this here? Okay, let's see Kumoi's. So, male fisherman, 19 years old. A young man born and raised in Kamishima, he has been friends with Yuza Minakuchi since childhood. He has a friendly and caring personality, and his willingness to help those around him has made him someone... Oh, it's made him someone islanders of all ages rely on in times of need. His father was a fisherman, and he accompanied him out to sea on his boat from a very young age. As a result, he grew up never doubting that he too would one day become a fisherman. After his father died in a maritime disaster 5 years ago, his mother, an AMA diver, took on the responsibility of raising Azami and his much younger brother on her own. During the close season for diving, when his mother worked on the mainland, Azami was responsible for looking after his brother. After graduating middle school, he refused his mother's suggestion to attend high school and quickly obtained a 4th-class boat pilot license while helping with fishing around the island. He is now able to take his father's small fishing boat, the Sayun Maru, out on fishing trips on his own. He has a frank, easygoing relationship with Yuza, his childhood friend, and the two often get up to mischief together. Although he was happy for Yuza when he left to attend high school on the mainland and later found a job there, he has also felt somewhat lonely. For this reason, he secretly welcomed the news that Yuza would be leaving his job and returning to Kamishima to take care of his grandmother. A lot of dead parents here. Also, just thinking, this takes place in the 1980s, right? I think that's about 20 years after the first game. I think the first game was in like the 60s. Maybe it was the 70s. I think it was the 60s though. Because it was just around the time when color TV was coming into play. Anyway, no need to worry, Izami. You just focus on getting the grill ready. We're having a feast tonight. Parents and cell phones are inconvenient for storytelling, in horror, especially. I'll hold you to that. The diving minigame will now commence. Oh. Follow the instructions to get used to the controls, then press dive when you're ready. Instructions? Oh, this resets your score. Alright, I don't really have... We just dive. Dive. Oh, I can look around. Begin. Alright, look around. Perform action. Available action will automatically switch between swim, harvest, and return to boat depending on the situation. Areas where sea creatures are located will be marked with exclamation point. Begin by looking around to locate any potential catches. Alright. Oh. I see. Scroll down, please. Alright, return to boat. Your oxygen gauge will decrease when diving. Be sure to go back to boat before it runs out. You can return to boat anytime by turning your viewpoint upwards and selecting return to boat. Your remaining oxygen will continue to decrease on the way back, so don't wait until it's too late. Did I die? Dive failed. I guess we went too far. Yeah, let's return to boat. Gathering complete! Oh, 26 points for that one. New record! Diver rank up. Select a skill to increase. Stay underwater for longer seems good, right? Like, searching is useless until you have more diving. No, I'm not. I feel like we're playing the tutorial now. Ew. Okay. Looks like you're all warmed up. Let's go out a bit further so you can look for something bigger. The biggest catch you can get at this time of year is probably abalone. Snagging just one is something to be proud of. But remember that sea creatures are living things. They'll change places every time you dive, so be careful. Roguelike diving? Alright, let's see. Alright, we got ama divers. Alright, the term ama, most often written with the characters meaning sea and woman, generally refer to women who free dive for shellfish, seaweed, and other marine products. It is said that they practice free diving both to prevent over-harvesting and to help protect the marine environment. Although ama divers operate in many regions in Japan, the Toba and Shima regions are known for having the highest number of ama divers. Welcome in, Mario. Hope you're having a good one. These regions also exhibit customs unique to the area, such as the practice of carrying objects.
Paper Mario 141 was first.
With the Seimin and Doman symbols to ward off misfortune. Even with Toba and Shima, rules and practices can vary greatly. For example, the practice of wearing white attire over the wetsuit is common practice only in the Shima region. This is long. Despite the high population of ama divers in Ise Bay, there are none to be found north of Ise City. This can be explained by the difference in the seafloor composition between the two areas. While the sandy seafloor near Ise allowed for net fishing, the rocky seafloor in the Toba and Shima areas made net fishing difficult, leading to the adoption of free diving as an alternative. Abalone, harvested by ama divers in Kuzaki Town and Toba, has traditionally been processed into ceremonial dried goods known as noshi awabi, which are then presented as an offering at Ise Shrine. This practice is said to have originated when Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the princess who enshrined Amaterasu at Ise Shrine, or princess? I guess she's a princess. For some reason my mind misread it as priestess, and I was like, what? Was searching for a suitable food to offer to the gods. When presented with abalones by an ama diver named Oben, the princess found them exceptionally delicious and decided that abalone would be the primary offering for the region. As a result, the ama divers of Toba and Shima have a strong connection to the region's Shinto regions, and there are some regions where they perform ritual dances as offerings during Shinto activities or festivities. Although ama is sometimes written with the characters meaning sea and man when the diver is male, this game uses only the traditional characters of sea and woman when the language is set to Japanese. All right, thanks for the note about that. All right, diving controls. I guess I don't care about that. We already know about this vaguely. Diver tips. Perfect harvest. When using the harvest action, a perfect harvest may occasionally occur, instantly depleting your target's resistance with a single action. The higher your diver rank, the more likely you are to perceive or achieve a perfect harvest. Earn stars in your gathering log. Each catch has individual variations. Alright, star mark will be added for the limits, and this is the log. So we've got purple sea urchin and noble scallop. Bivalve with shells that come in a range of bright colors such as red, purple, and yellow, also known by the local name of appagai. A sea urchin prized as a delicacy throughout Japan, particularly known for its round shell and long spines. Its peak season is from June to August. Alright. It's not like you have to master everything all at once. We can take off whenever you're ready. Alright, are we gonna dive more? We're diving more, let's go. This is the diving game now. This is Umigari. And then swim back up. Alright, we had more than enough to swim back up, but gathering complete! Oh, this is worth 40. Nice. Alright. So, I think we're still gonna go diving. Increase diving. It's still like always go for vigor. Health before everything else. Oh, there's a question mark over there. Let's swim back to boat. Don't fail me now. Vim rules. Vim versus Vigor. Who will win? Alright. So return to boat faster seems like it'll be good. Alright. Let's keep diving. Got sea urchins. No question mark. Well, the question mark's still there in that direction. But let's go grab this first. let's go. We're gonna grind. We're just gonna grind for now. This is fun. Oh, not enough levels. Or not enough to level up this time. Oh, it takes too many souls to level up now. That question mark is still there. We're gonna find out what that question mark is if it's the last thing I do. Alright, we gotta level up. We gotta level up Harvest now. Alright. So we don't spend as much time so we don't have to hit the shell twice. Having to hit the shell twice is what's killing us. Well, not close enough. Can we make it? We made it! Let's freaking go! 297? Alright, more diving. Let's go. More diving! We're gonna max ourselves out before we finish this early game. Oh. Alright. I think I need more search soon. Otherwise, we're not gonna find a lot of stuff anymore. We're not seeing much anymore. Oh. Alright, we gotta go up. That's unfortunate. Oh, for harvesting? Alright, we gotta level up that searching a little bit. If we can find anything. Let's get up there. We got a bonus one again, so yo, new record. All right, we need to up our search because we're running out of stuff to find. This is what we're playing. This is the game now. Mystery? Nah, fam. Let's return to boat. Return to boat, please? Oh, we're gonna die now. The mystery is why bother progressing when you can fish for, like, you know, catch stuff underwater? Yeah, it's true. Bonus. Why do I have a bonus? The heck? Oh, a bounty. There is. Already? Dang it. I need more stats. I guess I need more gathering. And more swimming. Still got a bounty though, so. Dang it, I can't figure it out because I gotta go swim back. Alright, we need harvesting stat. Or swimming. Alright, let's do harvesting this round. Gathering, rather. Why are there 2 horror fishing games that came out this year? Let's go this way. So much abalone. It does seem like search is the least important stat though, right now. Because it doesn't, like maybe it'll help you find stuff later. But for now, it's just kind of there. Like, it's much more important to get around than it is to find stuff because there's so much stuff usually. Like, maybe it'll have story importance or something. Alright, so next up should be swimming, so we can get around further. And also not die trying to get back. Hey, 1.5 bonus. Alright, so swimming is next. I wonder if there's like higher level stuff later on or something. Gamified overfishing. Look at all these urchins, though. Alright, let's go back to the boat. Magically lungs later. Okay, so you get a bonus if you gather more than 10, I think, is what's going on. Need some otter to thin out the urchins. I'll be that otter. Their otter be an otter. I went the wrong way. I shouldn't have gone this way. Poor unfortunate souls. Let's get out of here. It feels like we can be pretty safely in the danger zone now because of our new levels. But I don't want to risk it still. All right, we're gonna see if I can bump up diving to 5 and then swimming to other 5. Dang, that still takes 3 hits. Well, that's apparently that's a new mechanic. my man had an incident. Still gotta rank up though. Alright. Alright, we maxed out the diving level. So now it's time for everything else. Once we max out swimming, I'll go to that question mark. The real question is, why can he sense or see the question mark from so far away? He doesn't have, his search isn't that high. Double abalone. Doubloon. Doubloon. And we got the 1.5 bonus. Our highest score yet. Let's freaking go. God damn it! That is so unsatisfying. Urchin? That's fine. We're in urchin country now. We need to improve our gathering. Because having to double tap some of these is a little sussy. Seems like there's more than one question mark. Either that or it's moving around, which I guess makes sense. It's a known abalone spawn location. Heck yeah, triple abalone? There was another one there I could have picked up probably. Important to double tap so you don't get jump scared by the reviving beast. Yummy. New record. Alright. Last gathering. And then finally we go straight into swimming. And I guess search. We'll max everything out. We'll just finish this up. We'll max everything out. Why the heck not? And even with max gatherer, that's still not guaranteed one shot. You at least gather while you're trying to break free. Come on. That gong sound familiar? What gong? That dugong? Oh, that gong. I mean, it's just a gong. Oh, abalone. Oh, I'm swimming way too fast now. I guess this is the quote-unquote problem with the swim speed, right? You move so fast, it's easy to just like miss the things you're trying to go for. On the other hand, it should be easier to get to the boat. Yeah, we're super safe for getting to the boat. There you get 1.8 for getting 15 items. Give me the abalones. Oh, I got a critical hit on the abalone. Let's go. Triple abalone. One more. Could there be a prize for 20? Probably. Let's go. Alright, we maxed out swimming. Now let's might as well max out searching before we go. Oh. You know what? Free stuff. Some food. Alright, where is everything? Get your foot caught. Alright. That should be enough for the next search level. Let's go. Oh, more than enough for the next search level. All right. Show me the money. Show me the money. Alright. I think we got like four abalones this time. Dead. Sadly, oh. Oh, big bonus. Oh, double level, let's go. We maxed everything out. I'm a master diver now on my first day at the job. Let's freaking go. All right, so let's go check out what. Let me manual save, I guess. Let's see what happens when I go to one of those question marks. There's a bunch of them. Huh? Hey, it's you! The hell is that? No, get away from me! Back to story. Ah! Square Enix presents Paranormasights. The Mermaid's Curse. Okay, so I guess that was the intro. Was that his grandma? Dive failed. Wait, what? Okay, we found part of the credits. Let's see if we can find another part of the credits. Any more question marks anywhere? Oh, there's one further away. Well, we did something. Alright, let's collect 2 things, then go back up and see if we can find another question mark somewhere. What is this game? Any other question? Oh, we can't catch the fish. Alright, there's another question mark over here. What? What is this? Any other question marks? None in sight. Oops. My rope is a little... Alright, I'm not seeing any more question marks in this area. Maybe we'll find more in other areas. Maybe we'll start diving in other areas. But we'll do one last look. Nah. We found them all. Hey, it looks like you got something interesting there, Yuza. Huh? Never thought there'd be mockingbird stickers out here in Issa Bay, and at the bottom of the sea too. I forgot there was a mockingbird. There was mockingbird stickers in the stickers in the previous one. Mockingbird? You mean this bird sticker? I did think it was pretty weird to find a sticker in a place like that, so I decided to hang on to it. They're real famous. An unknown artist makes them and hides them all over the place. Might as well pick up any you come across. Maybe they'll bring you good luck. Maybe you won't die by the end of this game. I see. Damn, I'm good. Maybe I should add treasure hunting to my list of talents. Alright, we got 19. These popular bird mascot stickers seem to pop up everywhere. Nobody knows who the artist is behind these quirky, rough and tumble boards, or where they'll show up next. But they quickly became popular for their bizarre yet oddly cute designs. Be in the right place at the right time in Issei and the surrounding areas, you might just be able to find all 20 of them. Reach a total of 5 and 20 stickers collected to unlock fun bonus content at these milestones. Now where's 15 or 19? Here you are. Fast Lane Frigate. Why are they mockingbirds? Alright. We found our bonus content machine. Alright, stop diving. We're done for today. We found the question mark prologue, and now we're here. Alright. Well, let's leave it at that for today. Good work out there, Yuza. You're already a master. Man, just look at you. How did you improve so much in such a short time? He's got a star and cross-hatching on his outfit. You're basically pro level now. I wasn't expecting you to pick things up that quickly. Like I said, brimming with confidence. But it's also because you were here to help. Thanks, Asami. I didn't mean that much. I didn't do that much, but I appreciate it. He just runs the boat. So, do you feel any different now? Did your body undergo any weird changes? Oh, I feel exactly the same. Nothing's changed. I'm the same old Yuza I've always been. I guess we were a bit off the mark, huh? So, what do you want to do now? Should we call it a day? Talk about the hole. We can talk about it? But didn't we die? Azami? Huh? Oh, huh? Before we head back, could we talk for a bit? Sure. Whoa, what's up? Oh, it's that pouty face that they love doing. Alright. I think. I'm still struggling to process what just happened. I've got to tell Azami. Kamishima is located in the waters near the entrance to Issei Bay. As such, there are strict regulations on both the time and places Ama diving is allowed. Oh, look, we're in the middle of the ocean. I guess, is this the island we're from? I would be so terrified to be out here in like this tiny little boat. This fishing boat, the Sayun Maru, belongs to Azami's family. I don't have a boat of my own, so Azami was kind enough to bring it out for me. It used to belong to his dad, so it's getting on in years, but he takes good care of it. Seems he's hoping to keep using it for years to come. This is Azami Kumoi, my best friend. I've known him since we were both kids, growing up on Kamishima. He's got cool hair. When I told him I wanted to become an ama diver, he was quick to offer his full support. That island on the horizon is Kamishima, where I was born and raised. That's all you have to say about it? So, when I was diving just now, a giant hole in the seabed you'd never heard of before. Yeah, the rocks around it looked like they'd only recently collapsed. So I think it probably opened up within the last few months or so. Now that you mention it, there was a pretty big earthquake around here about 3 months ago. Maybe that had something to do with it? Oh, that's right. That would have been before I got back. Anyway, if you saw a giant hole on the seabed, you'd be curious about it, right? I sure would. I wouldn't. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't go... I'd tell somebody else about it. I wouldn't go exploring myself. Curious enough to try to take a look inside? Be pretty dangerous, but I guess I might, yeah? Right? So I went to take a... went closer to try and get a better look. Did you see anything? Well, when I looked down into the hole, a ghost or something that looked just like me suddenly rose up from the depths. A ghost that looked like you? It swam toward me with its hand outstretched. It looked like it was trying to hand something to me, or maybe it was trying to tell me something? Also, it had no eyes. Man, what did you do then? Did you take its hand? I did. Felt like I couldn't resist somehow. I guess even the patron saint of diving does foolish things sometimes. The only thing I was a patron of was carelessness and a lack of proper vigilance. Well, it sounds like there wasn't much you could do about it, though. Hey, Yuza. Huh? That thing you ran into. Do you think it could have been a Tomokazuki? Tomokazuki? Tomokazuki, huh? Well, why would something like that be here? Tomokazuki? Huh? You've never heard of it? Well, I guess not even all the folks around here know about it either. It does sound familiar, though. The Tomokazuki is a sort of ghost story around these parts. Bubbles. The story goes that sometimes, when diving, an ama diver will come across another version of themselves. An exact copy. That other version of them will be holding out something they want, like an abalone. Something they want, but that had nothing. And when the diver reaches out for it, the Tomokazuki grabs them and drags them to the bottom of the sea. Whoa! That's scary. Wait, the Tomokazuki I saw wasn't holding anything. It wasn't. Well, that's different. Maybe it forgot it at home or something. At home, huh? The abalone? Yeah, the abalone. Maybe it left it at home. Maybe the Tomokazuki is more careless than the legends let on. These are very stupid. I like them. Pretty forgetful, though, so maybe it became such a perfect copy that it imitated that aspect of you as well. Ah, that damn Tomokazuki! It knows my every weakness! Oh, now that you mention it, though, I think I do remember that story from when I was younger. I guess the fact that I forgot the story really proves how forgetful I am. Huh. No worries, it was a while ago, you know? What happened afterwards? So did anything happen after you took its hand? I don't really remember. When I came to, I was back outside the hole. Thought maybe I'd blacked out due to a lack of oxygen and it had been some sort of hallucination. See, I guess that's possible. But if that's the case, that means I stopped you just to talk about some hallucination I saw, and that would be super embarrassing. Some people do say that Tomokazuki legends might have come out because divers were seeing things when they ran out of air. But hey, it's no big deal, even if it was a hallucination. The most important thing is that you're safe. What a bro! Still, I can't help but wonder about a hole suddenly appearing like that. Yeah, that's super weird. By the way, you know those symbols on your diving gear? Symbols? Yep, Seimon and Domon. The Ama divers around here all have them somewhere on their outfits. Oh, this was my mom's gear, so I didn't know. People who say those symbols work as a charm to protect divers from the Tomokazuki. Interesting. But if I ran into a Tomokazuki just now, wouldn't that mean the charm didn't work? Maybe. But it could be thanks to that charm that you made it back safely. The sea's a dangerous place even without the Tomokazuki around. Things could have even been worse without the charm to protect you. I see. So without this charm, I really could have been attacked by a shark. Glad I had it then. Seriously, a shark would be no laughing matter. Shark? Oh no, it's Tomokazuki. Alright. Tomokazuki. A long time ago, in a small village on one of the islands in the Ise Sea, there lived a young Ama diver known for her exceptional swimming skills. One day, the wind was strong and the waves were higher than usual. Undeterred by the turbulent weather, the young diver dove into the sea, but couldn't find even the smallest shell to bring back, let alone any abalone. Determined to find something, she dove even deeper into the ocean until she paused, sensing a presence behind her. Turning, she felt an undeniable sense that someone was watching her from a shadowy crevice in the rock. Finding this strange, she ventured closer, only to come face to face with a diver who looked exactly like her. As she floated there, stunned, the other diver extended her hand. In it was an abalone larger than any she'd ever seen. The young diver was mesmerized. She had to have that abalone no matter what. She reached out her hand to take it. Suddenly, when her fingers were mere inches away from the abalone, the other diver's hand shot out and grasped her arm. Shocked, the young diver frantically struggled to pull away, but it was too late. Slowly, inevitably, she was dragged down into the depths of the ocean. How did they know this happened if she died? No one would have told her. No one was there to tell them that she saw someone. Over time, this being came to be known as Tomokazuki, Together Diver, due to taking on an identical appearance to its victims. Divers are warned never to accept Tomokazuki's offerings in the depths, lest they suffer the same fate. The Tomokazuki is still greatly feared by Ama divers in modern times, and the Seimon and Domon symbols inscribed on items they take with them when diving are charms said to protect them from it. Seimon Domon. They caught it on video. Caught on 4K? Productive symbols widely worn by Ama divers in Shima and Toba. The starship symbol is known as Seimon, and the lattice-like symbol is known as Domon. The two symbols are often embroidered side by side or drawn on clothing using purple dye made from shells. They are worn by Ama divers when diving to ward off potential disasters that might befall them at sea. I do want to see something. Is there a binding to hide? Hide everything? There is not? There does not seem to be. I want to be able to take screenshots that don't have everything, that don't have a bunch of stuff everywhere. This symbol changed, I think. Oh my god, what if we have to adjust the brightness setting for something in this game? That would be fun. What is usability? No wonder. can right-click and hide my cursor at least, so there's that. But I can't hide anything else. Hey, Azami, about that DOVA-SYNDROME just now. Yeah? Do you think it has anything to do with what we're looking into? Recollection. What is this? Oh, we get flashback. Okay. Unlocked past recollection chapter. Yuza Minakuchi. Something I want to do. Oh, hello. My apologies for the interruption. I'd like to take this chance to inform you about a unique ability of yours, the recollection feature. But to make things clear, we must first tell you about the story chart. From here on, you'll return to this screen the story chart at breaks in the story. We are definitely going to have more than one character then. You see, the story you will witness will not necessarily unfold in chronological order. The screen will allow you to see where each chapter lies in the grand scheme of things, as well as select where you wish to proceed next. If the icon for a chapter is not dim, that indicates it has not been fully completed. Generally speaking, completing a chapter will unlock the chapter immediately after it. However, there will occasionally be times when a recollection button will appear during the story as you experienced just now. Pressing this button will allow you to delve into a memory evoked by certain words in the text, which will in turn unlock a new chapter, a past recollection chapter for you to experience. A most remarkable ability, is it not? Once you have unlocked such a chapter, it will become available in the story chart for you to peruse as you wish. This ability will be key in unraveling the tale before you, so do be sure to press the recollection button when you see it come up. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. So we don't have a curse button this time, we have a recollection button. So, could your mom have become an Ama diver because she wanted to find the Tomokazuki? But she wouldn't have worn something with this charm on it if that were true, right? Good point. Is that all you wanted to talk about? There's more. No, there's more. Actually, this might be the most important part. I realize there's something I need to do after this. Something really important. Hey, so you found a lead down there after all. I'm serious. If I don't pull this off, something terrible is gonna happen. Yeah, believe you. Go on, tell me everything. What about the thing we broke? The chain we broke? Alright. So we got a flashback, and we all got a new chapter. Hey, underwater gather. Okay, so we can still play the underwater gathering from here. Alright, let's go check the flashback. Something I wanted to do. A day before he sets off for the sea, as an Alma diver, Yuza Minakuchi asks Azami Kumoi to meet him at the Kantakisha ruins. They go to the ruins to meet up? 1980X. I see, I see. If you say you want to be an Alma diver, then of course you've got my full support. But something tells me you're not just doing this for Tsuyu. People are bound to talk if you become an Alma diver here. You must have some other reason, one big enough to risk everyone running their mouths. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, Azami. Wouldn't even take me 200 milliseconds to see through one of your lies. So what's up? Tell me everything. I should be able to tell Azami everything, right? Even though he gets a lot on his plate, or he's got a lot on his plate, Azami agreed to meet up the moment I said something. He's been looking out for me ever since I became back. I couldn't ask for a better friend. That's why he's a best friend. These are the ruins of an old wartime building, the Kantakisho. Kantakisho. There you go, that sounds better. Kantakisho. The building has been abandoned, so hardly anyone ever comes here, which makes it the perfect place for private meetings. Kantakisho ruins. The remains of this wartime structure are located atop a hill in eastern Kamishima. It was constructed to observe the impact points of shells fired from a test-fired range operated by the former army ministry at Cape Irago on the opposite shore. Similar observation facilities were also built on Tsugashima Island and in Ichika, a town on the Shima Peninsula. Having been abandoned after the Second World War, the observation post has since fallen into disrepair, and entry is now forbidden to the general public. Anything else? Oh, that's just a wall. Very nice music. Oh, very nice music here. Even though, okay. Hey, Zami. What I'm about to say is gonna sound pretty crazy. You still want to hear it? Sure, bring it on. Thanks. I'll come right out and say it then. I'm looking for a mermaid, and I need to find one by tomorrow. By tomorrow? That's a short deadline. Oh, a mermaid, huh? By tomorrow with that? That's gonna be tough. I'm being serious. In fact, I've never been more serious. I really do have to find a mermaid by tomorrow. I could tell you're not joking by the look on your face. Got some sort of reason for saying this, right? Why are you looking for a mermaid? This is very... Do you want to live forever, or do you want someone else to live forever? Come on, I'm listening. Thanks, Izami. Alright. Search reason. Is it okay if I talk a little about the disaster 5 years ago? The disaster, You're okay with it, sure. I was in middle school at the time, and my parents had taken me out onto the bay on a little fishing boat. You want to see Shelpra? Those probably go for high numbers on the black market. This massive storm came out of nowhere and sank all 3 fishing boats that got caught up in it. I was the only one who survived. How did you make it back? Yeah, it was really terrible. Southern Sea Disaster, a localized storm that broke out in the sea to the south of Kamishima around 5 years ago, resulting in a maritime accident in which a total of 10 people went missing. 3 fishing vessels that had set out to sea from Kamishima were suddenly caught in an unanticipated storm and foundered, leaving all but one of the 11 fishermen and ama divers on board missing. When the ships were later dredged up and searched, not a single body was discovered. The sole survivor was Yuza Minakuchi, who was a middle school student at the time. His parents, Tosuke Minakuchi and Mare Minakuchi, as well as Azami Kumoi's father, Kyokichi Kumoi, were among the victims. Locals in the area reportedly heard an eerie rumbling from the sea on the morning of the incident. List of casualties: medium-sized fishing vessel Daiichi Kyosui Maru foundered. Captain Kyokichi Kumoi and all 5 crew members reported missing. Small-sized fishing vessel Omei Maru foundered. Captain Yukiji Nishikawa and 1 passenger, identity unknown, reported missing. Small-sized fishing vessel Minakuchi Maru foundered. Captain Tosuke Minakuchi and 1 other crew member reported missing. 1 passenger discovered with slight injuries, dissociated amnesia due to psychological trauma. So 3, 2, and 6. The sole survivor. When the boat the Minakuchi family was on was about to sink, Mare and Tosuke Minakuchi put a life buoy on their son, Yuza, and helped him escape the boat before the waves engulfed it. Despite the slim chances of survival in such a dire situation, Yuza was miraculously found drifting in the sea the next day, still wearing the life buoy, and was successfully rescued. Although he had no external injuries, the shock of the accident had left him in a state of confusion, and he has little memory of what happened at that time. After the accident plunged Kamishima into a state of deep sorrow. Fishermen and ama divers temporarily stopped fishing to mourn, and a memorial was erected to honor the lost. Perhaps due to his memory loss, the sole survivor, Yuza, appeared relatively composed in contrast to the grief of those around him. Many found this unnerving, and Yuza became increasingly isolated from the rest of the community. Azami Kumoi himself, having lost his father in the accident, tried to support him however he could, reasoning that he was still better off than Yuza, who had lost both his parents before his eyes. As investigations continued, questions arose about what the Minakuchi family had been doing in the vicinity of the disaster, despite not having gone out to fish. Yuza only remembered his parents telling him to come with them, and the purpose of their excursion remains unclear to this day. Mysterious reasons for being out at sea. It was not long before speculation began that Mare Minakuchi had done something to incur the wrath of the gods of the sea. And the islanders, already suspicious of her due to her mysterious background, were quick to condemn her, citing the sudden, localized nature of the storm. In contrast, only words of sympathy were spoken for her husband Tosuke. Is Mare? Maybe Mare was the mermaid. Maybe she was a mermaid. They say she has a mysterious background. Maybe she just showed up one day and married Tosuke, and then she was gonna take them into this ocean. But then I don't know why they gave him like a life preserver or a life buoy or whatever. If the plan was to take them out into the water. As rumors that Mare had brought disaster to Kamishima continued to spread, Yuza's grandmother, Tsuyu Minakuchi, sent him away from the island to board at a high school on the mainland. She had sensed the islanders' resentment beginning to turn toward Yuza, and hoped to shield him from becoming an even greater target of their ire. Even now, 5 years after the accident, feelings of animosity towards Mare Minakuchi remain deeply ingrained in the people of Kamishima, long gone to drown the human. With the truth of the accident still shrouded in mystery, deep scars and suspicions continue to linger in the hearts of many of the islanders. So what about the disaster did you want to talk about? Well, I recently started to remember some things about what happened. For real? I know your memories of the disaster were kind of hazy due to this shock. But it's great that you're starting to remember. Oh, but I guess it's not exactly something you'd want to remember, huh? Sorry for getting all fired up. It's okay. It actually hasn't bothered me as much as I thought it would. Thanks for worrying about me, though. It's just that the things I've remembered are a bit strange, so I couldn't bring myself to say anything. Sorry for keeping quiet up to now. Strange, huh? Well, I can see why you'd want to keep it to yourself, all things considered. Don't sweat it. So, about the accident. Are we getting another flashback in the flashback? When we ran into the storm, our boat got caught in a whirlpool and started to sink. My parents gave me a life buoy and lowered me into the water. They were frantic, and I was too stunned to do anything but go along with what was happening. Imagine it must have been really scary. The waves were knocking me around, so it took everything I had just to hold on to the buoy. In the end, I just watched as the boat was swallowed by the water. Couldn't do anything else. There wasn't anything you could have done. It wasn't your fault, Yuza. Right after that, this huge wave came crashing down on me. And I got dragged down into the depths of the sea, life buoy and all. Huh? You got pulled under? But I thought... Yeah. Up until now, I thought I managed to miraculously stay afloat until I got rescued. But I remember now, I was pulled down underneath the waves. I remember being caught in a current and tossed all about underwater. I couldn't breathe. I was so sure I was gonna die there. Then someone grabbed my hand. Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying? I was barely conscious by that point, so it's not like I clearly saw them or anything. But I'm certain someone was there with me. Someone who grabbed hold of me and pulled me to safety. And from what I remember... You're saying they were a mermaid? Exactly. So, you were saved by a mermaid? I'm sure of it. And it looked exactly like what first comes to mind when you hear the word mermaid. A real mermaid, huh? But it was a really extreme situation, so it's entirely possible I was just seeing things. Which would mean I called you out here just to talk to you about some hallucination I had. And if that's the case, I'm gonna be super embarrassed. I mean, you're standing here talking to me now, right? So you must have gotten out of a situation somehow. And I can't imagine any normal person being able to stay afloat in a storm like that, let alone managing to save someone. Same. You'd have to be some sort of superhuman or something. Or not human at all. Huh. Man, who would have guessed there were mermaids here in Issei? If I was really saved by a mermaid, I owe them my life. I'd like to thank them in person if possible. Makes sense. So that's why you're looking for them, huh? Well, if you manage to find them, I've got to thank them for saving you too. So I was thinking of heading to where the disaster happened and diving there to see if I could find anything. Wait. Are you sure? You almost died there. I'll be fine. In fact, since I've never gone near there since the disaster happened, I was also thinking I'd like to do something to honor my parents and your dad's memory. Yeah, I'd like to at least offer flowers, if nothing else. The others here have always kept their distance, but it's not like going there is forbidden or anything. Let's do it. Thanks, Azami. I owe you one. Is there more? Mermaid search leads. So there's no guarantee the mermaid will still be around here, right? I'm thinking it'd be good to have more of a lead before we head out there. About that, do you mind if I say something crazy? Again? Sure, what's up? You remember my mom, right? Of course I remember Mrs. Mare. Well, she wasn't originally from Kamishima, but she met my dad when she moved here and ended up marrying him. She looks very serious. But even to me, she never really seemed to fit in here. Well, I can't really disagree there. She never spoke to me much either. But she was an ama diver, or was that Tsuyu's job? Some people even outright told me not to talk to her, you know? She said she was suspicious because we didn't know anything about her, stuff like that. I guess that's understandable. She didn't really involve herself in the community activities, and almost never participated in local events. I felt like she was always keeping her distance from the other islanders somehow. 20 years here and she was still considered an outsider. Yeah, I never knew how to bring it up to you, but I always kind of wondered. Was there some sort of reason for that? Not as far as I know. Dad and Gran never seemed to mind, so I figured that's just how she was. But looking back at things now, it was pretty weird. Mare Minakuchi, female, Yuza's mother, that's her occupation, age unknown. Yuza Minakuchi's mother, having gone missing in the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago, he was declared dead a year later after search parties found no sign of her. More than 20 years ago, Mare Somikawa arrived on Kamishima with no possessions to her name, expressing that she had taken a liking to the local environment and wanted to move there. However, she remained tight-lipped about her background and only revealing that she was from a small town out in the mountains and that she had had to leave her home for undisclosed reasons. Although her request to move to Kamishima was accepted, many islanders remained suspicious of her. After settling on the island, she showed an interest in the ama lifestyle and eventually took it up after displaying a talent for freediving, with Tsuyu Minakuchi acting as her instructor. During this time, she grew close to Tosuke Minakuchi, Tsuyu's only son, and eventually married him a few years later. The two would go on to have a son of their own, whom they named Yuza. Despite this, Mare was unable to fully shake the air of mystery that surrounded her, and many islanders continued to question whether her presence on the island might cause trouble down the line. Something of a free spirit, her nonconformist ways, and somewhat naive personality. She's nonconformist? She does not look nonconformist. She looks so straight-laced. Meant that she was often absent from local activities, leading to further criticism from a portion of the population. Some also reported frequently spotting her wandering the island after she'd first moved here, seemingly looking for something or catching sight of her doing something on the shore in the middle of the night. Fortunately, her mother-in-law, Tsuyu Minakuchi, was a person of no small influence on Kamishima, and no one dared to openly persecute Mare under Tsuyu's watchful eye. The 3 generations lived peacefully under the same roof for more than 10 years, until the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster tore them apart. Since her disappearance in the disaster of 5 years prior, a growing number of people have accused her of somehow being responsible, citing her various instances of suspicious behavior as justification. You simple townsfolk. Well, I guess even I thought she was a bit of a goofball at odd times. You say that, but I think you're getting to be pretty similar to her. What, really? Yeah? What's that saying? March into the beat of your own drum? You're both like that. Really? I never realized. Yeah, Mare? Like, see? That's so not suspicious at all. I've been so blind. A blind fool! Yep, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, more leads. Why'd you bring up your mom all of a sudden? Well, looking back now, there are a few things that always bothered me. Oh? For starting, no one ever told me where my mom was from. She was also a natural at ama diving, but I never saw her eat any seafood. And sometimes at night, she'd suddenly say she wanted to go look at the sea before going out and not coming back for hours. She must be a sulky. Yeah, I guess that's all pretty weird, yeah? That's not all. When I was sorting through my mom's belongings, I found this. We usually keep it in the family altar, but I brought it along today to show you. What is that, a fish scale? It's huge. It's gotta be at least 7 or 8 centimeters long. I always figured she'd held on to it, because it was a rare find. But once I remembered the mermaid, I began to wonder. What fish could this scale have come from? And why was my mom holding on to it? Oh, hold it right there. You're not saying I am. The mermaid who rescued me back then was... Azami! Azami, it was you, wasn't it? No way. How did you figure it out? Oh wait, for real? Like hell is for real? Do I look like a mermaid to you? Right. Of course you're not a mermaid. I thought it was a bit of a reach myself. So what did you really mean to say? What I meant to say was... The mermaid who rescued me back then was myself! It was me, finding myself in a life or death situation, awakened my hidden potential. And the next thing I knew, my legs had become fins and I could breathe underwater! My transformation to a mermaid was what saved me that fateful day. Whoa, you were a mermaid all along. That kind of went in a different direction than I was expecting. Actually, that wasn't exactly what I wanted to say. It wasn't too far off either. So, what did you really mean to say? What I really meant was... The mermaid who rescued me back then was... I think it was my mom. What do you think? I don't know. It's pretty out there. Could that even be possible? Oh, hey Mary, how's it going? Welcome in. What were you playing? Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? I'm Vio. I like to play mystery games, detective games, sometimes horror games. And currently we're playing Paranormasight, The Mermaid's Curse, which is the sequel to Paranormasight, The 7 Mysteries of Honjo. The games are not connected at all, though. Well, probably not connected. But the game did ask for me to, it asked me if I knew about the events of the previous game, so I don't know if there's something related going on. But anyway, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? What were you doing? What were you playing? It says retro, so I don't know what your Fatal Frame 3? Oh, nice. How's that going? Also, welcome in. Oh, I need my mouse is caught. All right. Welcome in. Thunder Yag, KP History Buff, and Tapper the Old. How's it going? It was stressful. How are you liking this game? It's pretty fun. I spent maybe like I want to say half an hour, maybe like more like 20 minutes, doing a little fishing mini game where you go underwater. And yeah, for this game, for some reason, this game has a little mini game where you're like going underwater and like gathering like seafood, like sea creature food, sea creatures that are food. It's going. Playing some Mega Man X4 on your 3DS. Nice. Mega Man X4 is on the 3DS? I didn't know they released it for that. I feel like X4 was like the only one that I really remember. Oh, okay, it's not. Okay. Okay, that clears things up. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I guess for a little summary of what we've found so far. Let me, oops. So, yeah, so this summarizes it. So your theory is your mom used to be a mermaid, but she became a human so she could live up among us. So I guess this is a little summary. If you want to avoid spoilers, I mean, we're not very far in. We're like barely an hour and a half in. So this is basically just like the intro, but we've got a story chart so far. I think I can just load, so it'll be fine. So the story chart is, we did this chapter. There was a lot of underwater gathering. This is what it looks like. Let's, yeah, so you dive underwater. I maxed out all of my diving levels already. That's what I spent like 20 minutes doing. And you just like, you know, I imagine there's gonna be a lot of exploration. Oops, I'm flying too fast. Some exploration underwater to see what exactly, there used to be some like question marks that we examined for story reasons. But yeah, this is I just spent 20 minutes playing this. Umigari what? Homebrew your new 3DS XL and have a bunch of DS and Game Boy games, some Neo Geo Pocket Color and TurboGrafx 16s. Oh, nice. Oh, question mark. This is as far as the rope will reach. Well, we found a Mockingjay, so let's do that. A new one. And then yeah, you have to make it back to the boat before you die. Gathering complete. Alright, if I load this file, will I lose that progress? I feel like probably, right? You have a collection of Mega Man X games that makes the most sense timeline-wise to you? You mean only Mega Man X's 1 through 4? Alright, let's see. So yeah, that didn't save. I'll have to go find it again at some other point then. Yeah, but she turned back into a mermaid when the disaster happened and wasn't able to come back afterwards. How does that sound? I don't know. But after hearing your story, you can't just dismiss it out of hand either. If that's really the case... It was supposed to be the final chapter until they added X6, X7. Which was the one with Axel in it? Was that 7? And my mom really is still out there in the sea. Somewhere, even if in a different form. I was thinking it'd be nice if I could see her again. So yeah, our main character... His parents died in an accident 5 years ago. He was the only survivor. And I guess now he is hoping beyond hope that his mother was the mermaid who saved him. It might be because they're still treated as missing instead of dead, but... It still hasn't really sunk in that my parents are gone. I know what you mean. X7 Command Mission, which is a good Mega Man 10 RPG, or Mega Man X RPG, and X8 are the games that Axel are in. I see. Sometimes it feels like my pops is just gonna show up at home again, like nothing ever happened. He'll have a bottle of milk with him, and a pack of cigarettes. Even though your mom's alive, I guess it'd be hard for her to show up if she's back in her mermaid form now. My mom really does have some sort of connection to mermaids. Maybe that was the reason she never really fit in here. It might help clear up any mistaken impressions the others have of her anyway. I see. So you think that by trying out ama diving like your mom did, you might be able to find something out. And maybe if you're lucky, you'll run into a mermaid in the process. Yeah. And if I really am descended from mermaids somehow, it's possible that diving might awaken something in me. You're right, I hadn't thought of that. I guess if your legs suddenly become fins, you'll know for sure you're a second-generation mermaid. Okay, I think I've gotten the gist of what you want to do now. Thank you for understanding, Zami. I haven't been happy with how people have been treating you ever since the disaster either, and what they say about your mom. Yeah, people are blaming his mom for the disaster somehow. If there's anything I can do to clear the air, I want to help. Thanks. I appreciate it. Oh, I don't know how people will react if you suddenly start talking about mermaids. It might be best to keep quiet about that part for now and just say you're looking into your mom. What do you think? Yeah, I think that would be best. Okay. Now we've got that settled, how about we go head out hunting tomorrow morning? That sounds good to you? Yep, I've been doing some training in secret, so I'm all set. Is that it? There's more. What's more? What to do next? Still, having to find a mermaid by tomorrow is pretty sudden. What's up with the tight deadline? Well, sorry, I can't say right now. If you manage to find one, I'll explain everything, I promise. Well, as long as you tell me later, it's all good. Oh, here's an idea. Huh? If you're in that much of a rush, how about we talk to Tsukasa and Sato? Maybe they'll be able to help out. I wonder. It would be nice to have more help. Would they even believe me? The whole thing is pretty crazy after all. Besides, Tsukasa going back to the mainland soon. I'd hate to bother her now. True. Still, knowing Tsukasa, she might be surprisingly on board with the whole thing. See? I knew he'd be here. Whoa, speak of the devil. When did you two get here? Oh? Talking about something you didn't want us to hear, were you? Boys will be boys, I guess. Childhood friends, Tsukasa Awao. Oh, wow! So she's 17, apprentice Ama diver, high school student. She's got funny hair. You have Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 through 6, 7, 8. 2 versions of Mega Man and Bass. Yeah, they actually, for some reason they pronounce it Bass, don't they? Excuse me. Inhaled wrong. SNES and GBA. Nice. Alright. A girl born and raised on Kamishima. She has a bright, friendly nature and an inquisitive personality. Currently in her second year of high school, she boasts excellent grades and a sharp intuition. She's been staying at a relative's house in Ise City since last year in order to attend an all-girls high school on the mainland, and is currently back on Kamishima for summer break. Despite this, she frequently makes trips back to the island on weekends, and has been trying her hand at underwater gathering since the current diving season began, having long been interested in the Ama lifestyle. Her estimated diver rank is 6. Wow. I'm diver rank 17. I only started yesterday. I guess today. However, her teachers have been strongly encouraging her to aim for a national university. She's been friends with Izami Kumoi and Yuza Minakuchi since childhood, with their close rapport making up for their difference in academic years. Humble rank 7, very humble. And it was more common to find her playing with the two boys than with girls her own age up until middle school. However, since leaving the island to attend high school, she has grown more conscious of her age difference and has put some distance between her and them. She hit it off immediately with Sato Shiranami, a girl who came to Kamishima to lodge with the Wakamuras a few months ago, and was looking forward to showing her around the island and helping her adapt to life there when she returns home. 18 years ago, her still pregnant mother, Nagisa Awo, moved to Kamishima alone before giving birth to Tsukasa shortly afterwards. Tsukasa subsequently grew up in a single-mother household. Why are these women moving to Kamishima on their own? That's the second one, and it seems like Sato also did that. Although she used to occasionally ask her mother, for the X Saga, you have X 1 through 5, and you have two versions of the 4 Mega Man Zero games. The first collection on DS and a restoration fan-made ROM hack of all 4 games. Nice. Although she used to occasionally ask her mother about her father, her questions were always evaded, as she has since stopped inquiring. However, the fact that her mother never seems to have any financial difficulty despite not working has led her to quietly suspect he might still be involved in some way. Interesting. Hey, you got us all wrong. We weren't talking about anything like that. Yeah, gotta hear me out, Tsukasa. I was powerless to resist. I refused at first, but Izami insisted and... Oh? Tell me more. You might as well admit it, Yuza. And Sato, what's with the sudden keen interest? Oh, Sato. She's very tall. Female, occupation house guest, age 17 years old. A mysterious girl currently lodging with Shinobi Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. He's a magnet. She's a magnet? I don't know. Shinobu could go either way. Roughly 3 months ago, Sato suddenly arrived on Kamishima claiming that she was the child of a relative of the Wakamuras. She showed no sign of attending school or doing any sort of work, instead spending her days holed up in the Wakamura household, leading many islanders to wonder just who she is and what she was doing here. Those who know about Wakamura's high-interest money lending behind the scenes speculate that she might be the daughter of one of his borrowers, sent to work as a domestic servant to pay off a debt. But Sato herself is extremely easygoing and doesn't seem to be bothered by the endless rumors. A huge television fan. I'm a huge fan of TV. Just like television, I really like all CRTs. I like to look inside their cathode ray tubes. She spends much of her spare time glued to the set in the Wakamura household. Who's gluing her? Is that her punishment, being glued? With her most recent obsessions being soap operas and 2-hour thrillers. However, she isn't all that fond of period dramas. She is good friends with Tsukasa Ao, who's close to her in age, and the two can often be seen enjoying themselves wandering the island together. Let's all calm down, okay? TVs are cool, especially old TVs. It's not like that. We were having a perfectly normal conversation. Yeah, sure. Anyway, don't just brush me off. Getting pretty worked up, Azami. Don't act all innocent. You're the one who caused this mess, you know?
Sorry to interrupt your fun, but I really did have something to say. Folks are worried you haven't showed up to the association meeting, Azami. You should probably get going.
The soft x-rays they admit are cozy. Oh, damn, the meeting! It totally slipped my mind! Do they admit x-rays? I feel like they probably don't, you know? Right. Sorry, Yuza. I gotta go for now, but I'll get in touch later. No problem. Thanks for coming even though you're so busy.
I guess we'll be on our way too then.
Sorry, but we got some important business of our own to handle. We won't be able to help out with whatever you're up to. And you have a ROM hack of CX, the JP audio, and 2 slot bosses from having either 0, 3, or 4 in your GBA slot while playing GX. That's a lot of Mega Man. Unlocked past recollection chapter is Sato Shiranami advice. Alright, we got it. We unlocked the chapter. So, did you hear what we were talking about? You love me some Mega Mans? I want them to either make a new Mega Man Legends, or just at least remake Mega Man Legends 1 and 2 for modern systems so that other people can experience Peak. Only the part where my name came up. I didn't want to be nosy though. Not everyone wants it, but only because they don't know Mega Man Legends yet. Yeah, I see. Well, thanks for coming all this way out here to get Azami.
I don't know what you guys are up to, but you've piqued my interest. Be sure to tell me all about it later, okay? Anyway, see you later. Come on, Sato.
Roger.
Oh, one more thing. You better not forget about the day after tomorrow. Tell Azami he'd better remember too.
Sure, I'll remember. I'll tell him later. The girl's got a perm. Alright, she's our second POV character. Interesting. Are we only gonna be POV mermaid descendants or something? Is that what's gonna happen? So there was like, okay, so Mega Man Legends is actually like, so the games that they have, there's Mega Man Legends, there's Mega Man Legends 2 Episode 1, which never got an English release. Mega Man Legends 2 Episode 1, which was the one that got called Mega Man Legends 2 in English, I think. Misadventures of Tronbon. And I don't know what the Nokia one is. And then I guess they could also re-release the demo for Mega Man Legends 3 that they did before they canceled the game. Yeah, no, so like Mega Man Legends 2 had like a, I guess it's more like a prologue than a full game, but it was like basically called something like Episode 1, and it was only released as like on like a demo disc or something like that. I don't remember the exact reasons, but you can look it up on YouTube. It has like its own story and everything. That is, I guess, a lead into Mega Man Legends 2 proper. Alright, let's do this flashback before we continue the story. Having grown close to each other, Tsukasa Ao tells Sato Shiranami that she has something important to discuss. Interesting. What are they discussing?
Sato, you got a sec?
Huh?
So, I was hoping to get a bit of advice. Thing is, you're the only one I can really talk to about this.
Sure. What's up? Great Adventure on 5 Islands is what the one you're talking about is called. I don't think I've heard of that one.
If you've got a problem, leave it to me. Kamashima's living, walking, talking encyclopedia. Now that's a pretty impressive title, Miss Encyclopedia. Although I think the walking, talking kind of implies you're living already. Either way, I hope you can help. You know that even if it kills me, I'll squeeze every last brain cell I've got to help you, Tsukasa. Oh no, she's stupid. Right. But you're supposed to be a living encyclopedia, so please don't go dying on me. Thanks for being there for me, though. Come on, let's go somewhere with no one else around then.
Alright, so 1980X, still. Pardon me a moment, young ladies.
Yes? You mean us?
Yes, sorry for the trouble. I was hoping to get some directions.
Oh, were you sightseeing? Welcome to Kamishima.
I'm afraid it's not quite as relaxing as sightseeing. Who are these people? We're looking for the Wakamura residence. Would you happen to know where it is? The Wakamura residence. May I ask who you are? Of course, please pardon my manners. My name is Yumiko Shiki, a housewife from over in Tokyo. She's got amazing eyes. They're like clouded over. Oh, a housewife. And this here is Soto Kiryu. He's something like an assistant to me. My pleasure. Okay, profiles. We already have profiles on them? Oh, I guess there's nothing here. A housewife from Tokyo who came to Kamishima to visit Wakamura. A man who visited Kamishima alongside Yumiko Shiki. He's 25. Her age is secret. You want directions? Go up, up, down, down, left, right. Avoid the B's, advance forward, don't start anything. Sometimes you should select a different fate before starting. Oh, you must be guests for the old man. Oh wait, you must be guests for the old man. The Wakamura home is just up the slope after you head through that alley. It's a bit of a maze though. Want me to show you? Oh, so it was that way. Thank you, but I believe we can manage from here. Another recollection already? Believe it or not, we've been running all around the region. We're quite used to the area now. Oh. Oh. What a chapter. The Futamigaura investigation. Futamigaura. Dedge person. It might not even be a person. Maybe it's a Dedge mermaid. Got it. Take care then. Ma'am, is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. We'll be on our way then. Sorry for stopping you. No, she's British now. Mermaids are people? Water people? You can't call them water people. That's rude. Huh. Those two had a really strange vibe. And the old man sure gets some unusual guests. There was something about them. Don't you think that's kind of the aura that sorcerers would give off? I know what you're getting at. I've heard those rumors too. Everyone's saying that old man Wakamura has been super reliant on some shady sorcerer lately. We got sorcerers again. Oh, we're talking about Shinobu Wakamura. He's a local magnet. He's not an electromagnet. How much you want to bet that lady earlier is a crime boss? I mean, she could be. She could be, but I don't know why they'd be coming here. But then again, this guy is like a fishing magnet, so... Alright. The single most influential person on Kamishima. Although born to an ordinary fishing family on the island, he entered his 20s during the post-war economic boom, and through tireless work and juggling multiple side jobs, he managed to amass a small fortune over the years. He went on to invest this fortune into the development of Kamishima, not only upgrading its fishing equipment, but also improving the island's infrastructure to entice businesses to set up shop on the island, efforts that have earned him the appreciation of people all over the island. He currently holds many key positions on the island, including serving as head of the Kamishima Fisheries Cooperative Association, and it is said that his appointment as the next mayor of Kamishima is all but confirmed. Although admired for his many contributions to Kamishima's development, his personality leaves much to be desired. With many stories of him using force to get things to go his way, he is often high-handed in his dealings with others, fully aware that his position makes it difficult to oppose him. Having moved his main home and base of operations to the mainland many years prior, there are abundant rumors that he has since added loan sharking and land grabbing to the list of ways he's willing to add to his sizable fortune. It is said that he has recently become an ardent devotee of a certain famous sorcerer in Tokyo and often relies on their guidance when making decisions. They did say they were from Tokyo. Maybe they really are sorcerers. Whatever. Come on, Sato, let's go. Just immediately forgetting about sorcerers. Yep. Oh. New scene. Okay, so we're currently on Chuo Street. We gotta walk all the way to the bay. That's so far. What is... This is a very funny map. Just like her face is so, like, frowny. I guess neutral. Okay, this spot should work fine. Oh man, now that I'm actually about to talk about it, I'm getting super nervous. Mikasa asking me for advice. Something must really be weighing on her. He's usually so quick to decide and act on anything. This is rare for her. Brownie, frowny, cosmic brownie. Alrighty, you said you wanted some advice, so let's hear it. How can I help you, Miss Tsukasa? Well, I do want your advice. I'm not really sure where to start. No, I guess this really isn't an easy topic for her. In that case, let me start her with another topic to loosen her up. Let's talk about TV shows. Oh, Tsukasa, that reminds me. Did you catch that 2-hour suspense drama the other day? She's so intense about it. Right. You said you were looking forward to it. I didn't see it. Ma was catching up on was watching a period drama. Darn. That actor who had a really good part. Turned out to be the killer, though. I wish you could have watched it. You did just kind of spoil it, though. Wish we had a VCR like yours. You can record music shows and watch them over and over, right? That's amazing. Not many houses on the island have one, though. Yeah, I know it's a bit of a luxury, but being able to record and keep TV programs is the best. You love the TV way more than I do. It's great you can enjoy it whenever you like. Now that we're here to talk, she suddenly looks like she can't get the words out. Maybe I should be the one to nudge and ask from my side? Alright, let's look at our surroundings. This little bay is quite hard to find, so naturally hardly anyone ever comes here, including tourists, which makes it a great place to talk in secret. Wait, there's more? The sound of the waves and cicadas surround us. It's your typical summer day. This is music. It's cute. She actually looks like she's kind of embarrassed. I'm worried for her, but I have to say she also looks kind of cute like this. And it seems like there's nothing else. Let's talk about TV shows more. You really can't get enough of your TV. Huh? You think I watch too much? How much did you watch this summer? Well,
I guess I'm pretty much always watching whenever I'm home. Nice. You should thank Old Man Wakamura for letting you watch as much as you want. Hardly ever allowed to watch TV at boarding school. Even at home, I'm always fighting over what to watch with Ma. Makes it damn hard for me to keep up with the conversations at school, you know? TV's just got too much influence on everyone. Can't blame him either, it's pretty fun. Oops. Speaking of TV, I saw something on the morning news. Yeah, what happened? They said an Alma diver on the mainland went missing at sea. Yeah, I saw that too. I hope they find her safe. Apparently they're still searching, but it goes to show how dangerous being an Alma diver is. Yeah, even I had a couple of moments out there that have been way too close. When the catch is right in front of you, it's easy to think you can go a little bit further and end up pushing it just too far. Sounds scary. You be careful out there. Now that I think about it, a little while back, there was a story about old human bones found on the seabed near Toba. I never heard about that one. That really happened? Creepy. Maybe it was someone who went missing at sea. I just hope it isn't like a curse or something? Like a mermaid's curse? Yeah, the sea can be pretty scary. The old Ama grannies always told us. We islanders live with the sea. Never forget how fearsome it can be. They made it rhyme on purpose. That's why the Ama divers wear charms and mind the proper rites, right? Yeah. Gratitude, manners, and restraint toward the sea are never to be forgotten. That's the first thing they teach you when you start diving. Restraint? I have no such thing. I will catch them all. Gotta catch 'em all. All the stuff. You know, Sato, compared to when you first arrived on the island, you really brightened up. Might be thanks to all the TV. Oh? Was I really that gloomy before? Yep. Up until about a month ago, it felt like there was a little cloud hanging over you whenever we spoke. It was like you were kind of depressed all the time, like nothing in the world really mattered to you. That's how I came off. Sorry for being such a downer. Yeah, you didn't crack jokes like you do now either. But this you, way better. Having fun stuff going on really brought you to life. Makes sense. I'll try to keep up the positivity. She's so much paler compared to her. She's watching all that TV. Alright, talk about summer break. I guess you'll be heading back to the mainland soon now that the Obon holidays are over. Yeah. I head back to my boarding school in 3 days, so I've got until the day after tomorrow to take it easy here. Right. I'm sure flew by. I'm really gonna miss you. Me too. Only 2 days left, huh? 2 days. What am I gonna do? Huh? I guess whatever she wants advice on is time sensitive. Oops. So the plans you were talking about for the day after tomorrow, I guess it's to get together with the others before you head back? Yeah, that's right. Plans with Azami and Yuza. I could give them much time this trip, so I figured they might be feeling a bit left out. Makes sense, you're pretty close friends. Totally. Even grown up, they still do the dumbest stuff. Just can't leave them be. Maybe I should leave you all alone, you all to enjoy it without me then. No way. They're the lucky ones to have someone as cute as you coming along with me. Man, I can't believe my summer break's already coming to an end. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Alright, finally, advice time. Okay, I'm ready. I'll just say it. Go ahead. So, the thing is, I think I like someone. Alright, go on. She really likes the dramas. We'll hardly get to see each other anymore soon. I want to tell him how I feel while I'm still on the island. Makes sense. I'll help however I can. As Kamashima's living encyclopedia, I've seen this all on TV before. I probably know a thing or two that can help for sure. You like churros? Stop saying churros, I'm gonna want churros. Yeah, you don't sound all that confident, which kind of makes me a little nervous, but I can tell you mean it, thanks. Just don't really know what to do. So which of the two is the lucky guy? Huh? What do you mean? No way! Don't tell me you think I like Azami or Yuza! Wait, you mean it's not one of them? Me falling for one of them? Not a chance! That makes you look like brothers to me. I could never picture a romantic relationship with them. Sorry, I just assumed. I call myself the living, walking, talking encyclopedia and brag that I've seen it all on TV. But I guess I don't really know anything. Sorry, this is so embarrassing. I'm gonna go die now. Oh, don't sweat it. Really, no dying. Sadly, she's already said he. But then, who is it? No point in dragging it out, so I'll just tell you. It's Shotaro. The lifeguard? He looks like a lifeguard. He's got like a Letterman jacket on, it looks like, with the collar popped. Ah, Mr. Wakamura's son. I see. He's sincere, smart, and pretty handsome. I can see why you'd like him. Right? He's back visiting the island at the moment, but he usually goes to university in Tokyo. I've secretly admired him for ages, but I always thought he just saw me as a kid. I figured he'd never be interested. But now I go to school on the mainland by myself, and I've even been working as an ama diver. I think he might see me as more as an adult now. More than before, anyway. He's in college. How old is he? So you want to let him know how you feel while he's still on the island. Maybe it's all just one-sided on my end, but I can't keep these feelings bottled up. Then tell him, I'm with you. Alright, how old is he? He's 21, so they got a 4-year age gap. That doesn't matter eventually, but right now it's a bit much. The only son of Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Due to his father's influence, he was pampered by those around him from an early age, but he grew up to be a pleasant and sincere young man despite this attention. He is well regarded by those who know him, often being told that he has been blessed with a sharp intellect, good looks, and a variety of talents. He is currently attending a university in Tokyo and is back on Kamishima for summer break. Although his father Shinobu wants Shotaro to inherit the influence and wealth he has spent so much of his life building up, Shotaro himself has no intention of doing so. On the contrary, he is skeptical of the old-fashioned insular ways of island society and regards his father as the very embodiment of those outdated mores, viewing him with utter disgust for his overbearing, vulgar tendencies and superstitious beliefs. Shotaro, huh? We do live under the same roof, but I'm holed up in my room most days, so we don't actually interact that much. That's a moray eel? That's amore! At this rate, I have no advice to give. What should I do? Ms. Living, walking, talking encyclopedia doesn't know what to do? Okay, a little small talk, and she seems to have calmed down a bit. I want to tell Shotaro how I feel by the day after tomorrow. What do you think I should do? You're staying with the Wakamuras right now, right? Right now, yeah? Know anything about him that might help? I'm afraid Miss Encyclopedia might not have that kind of info. You don't have much info at all, do you? I mean, he's honestly not home most of the time, so there's a lot I don't know about him. Feels like he's always got something to do, checking in on folks all over the island. Like, I don't suppose you know if he has a girlfriend in Tokyo? Or anything? I'm afraid I'm not sure. Tokyo's packed with beautiful girls, right? A guy like him won't be left alone for long. Well, from what I've seen, I haven't noticed him keeping in touch with anyone. Then, what about what he likes? Something he'd be happy to get? Let me think. Sorry, nothing is coming to mind at all. I really may as well just go die somewhere. I gotta drink some water. Come on, don't say that. Thinking it through with me is more than enough. You gotta stop joking about dying like that. Oh, Takasa, how about this? I'm pretty sure I can ask Shotaro to meet us somewhere. I'll organize that for now, and we can plan from there. How does that sound? Oh, sounds good. Thanks so much, Sato. Is that the end of that chapter? Oh no, there's more. So, we kicked around ideas the whole way back, but in the end, writing a love letter and handing it to him is the best call. That's the plan, yeah? Yep. Since way back when, the tried and true way has always been a love letter. A classic method. I like it. You're heading out to dive tomorrow morning, right? Yeah, weather's looking good. Alrighty. I'll ask him to come to the bay a little afternoon. Does that work for you? Yeah, I just need to have the letter ready by tomorrow. Hey, can I look it over before I give it to him? Of course, I'll fix it up even if it kills me. Thanks. Alrighty, even if it kills me too. I'm already so nervous.
Hey, you two over there.
Huh? Is that who I think it is?
Oh, that's a weird shirt.
It is, it's Shotaro!
Oh wow, speak of the devil. Hey, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, he's totally glowing as usual.
Is something wrong? Have you seen Azami? He didn't show up to today's association meeting.
Oh, I see. I haven't seen him today. Oh, I think I know where he is. I'll go get him.
Oh, you do? I knew I could count on you, Tsukasa. I'll let you handle it then.
Sure. No problem. Oh man, he called me by my name. I'm so fired up right now. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's. First off, let's find those two. They're up at the Contextual Ruins. Let's go, Sato. Right behind you. I like how they had the footstep sounds, but they weren't even moving at all. Alright. So that was yesterday. And then this, we'll check this out, I guess. Yumiko Shiki and Soto Kiryu head to the coast of Futamigaura. After receiving a report about a strange corpse found there. They're investigators. Okay. Futami-tan. August 7th? I guess were we on August 8th or August 6th? I thought we were on August 6th. Mrs. Shiki, there you are. Sorry for calling you out all the way here. Not at all. Thank you for bringing the case to our attention. I hear you've got an unusual corpse on your hands. I guess she's supposed to be British now. Well, forensics aren't here yet, so I honestly didn't know whether it can even be called a corpse or not. But I do know that it'll cause a stir if anyone catches sight of it. So right now, we're just trying to keep the busybodies away. Sure, I'm glad it happened while you were still here, though. What with you being from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and all. Masaru Ide. Where is our cadaver, then? Still in the water over there, where it was found. Feel free to go ahead and examine it. Losing track of time is a sign of mermaid poisoning? No, it's sin toxins. Over there, I see. Vision ability on. She's a psychic. Let me examine. Alright. Got a mockingbird. Number 2, the Turninator. The local police have the area closed off to make sure bystanders can't get too close. This is Futamigura, the coastline just northeast of Izu City. It's a pretty popular location for tourists. There are several beaches nearby as well, so a bunch of people are milling around. It certainly is an impressive sight. It's too bad we couldn't come here as simple tourists. Futamigura is the name of the stretch of coastline along Futami Town. So named during the events of this story,
It has been since merged, so named during the events of the story. It has since been merged with Ise City in the Watari district of Mie Prefecture. As part of the Ise-shima National Park, it has been designated as a place of scenic beauty and considered one of the most scenic spots in Japan. The name Futami-gaura is said to originate from a visit to the area by Yamato Hime no Mikoto. According to the legend, the area's beauty caused her to turn around and look upon it twice, to look back upon it, leading to Futami, look twice, becoming part of its name. Futami-gaura, okay. The double back, or the its English name would be Double Take. Double Take. Alright, Ise City. A city located in the northern central area of the Shima Peninsula. The northern part of the city is on a plain directly facing Ise Bay, while the southern part is on more mountainous land surrounded by hills. Having long flourished as the town leading up to the Torii Gate of Ise Shrine, it stands out as a particularly popular tourist destination, even among the many attractions in the Ise-shima area. The city is sometimes referred to as Shinto, meaning the city of the gods. Though best known for Ise Shrine, many other temples and shrines can also be found within the city. The land overlooking Ise Bay is blessed with an abundance of beautiful scenery, including Mount Asama, which was included on a list of 100 famous Japanese scenic spots during the Showa era. The sound of the waves and the buzz from the onlookers fill the air around us. I suppose it's inevitable that the police being around would draw people's attention. I just hope it doesn't cause a commotion. This is Masaru Ide, a detective from local police. He's acting as my point of contact while I'm over here, as well as providing any support I need. I don't doubt it's quite a troublesome assignment. There are a lot of things that need to be kept secret for one, but he's been very good at not prying into the particulars while doing whatever needs to be done. Occasional grumbling notwithstanding. Given what this case has ended up involving, though, these particulars may not end up remaining undisclosed for much longer. Alright, it's 35-year-old prefectural police detective. An assistant inspector in the first investigative division of the criminal investigation department of the Mie Prefectural Police. That is a lot of groups. He often finds himself saddled with whatever troublesome tasks come the department's way. 35-year-old mushroom. Toad? Something he makes sure to grumble about each time, but is a proficient detective in his own right, being diligent in his duties and having passed his promotion exam without much difficulty. Although often said to have a somewhat unreadable expression, he is quite sociable and makes a point to attend all of the department's drinking parties. Oh god, so much data about this guy. Born and raised in Mie, Masaru never ventured beyond bicycle commuting distance of his hometown, Sioux City, until the time came for him to attend university. With no particular plans for his future in mind, he took the employment exam for police officers, figuring that a local government job would at least be stable. He had no admiration for the police or any strong sense of duty or justice, but found that strict discipline of the police force suited his personality. He quietly married a fellow classmate from the police academy soon after graduating, and at home he takes on the role of doting father to 2 sons and a daughter. He has children? He has reproduced? If pressed to discuss his hobbies, they would include walking and combination puzzles. Strangely enough, he often happens to be walking nearby whenever incidents occur, leading him to being first on the scene even when off duty, something his colleagues frequently tease him about. How far is bicycle commuting distance? In Japan, probably far. At first glance, he seems sort to find hard work troublesome, but he's proven himself to be quite a thoughtful individual. If that attitude of his is not a deliberate ploy to get those he's dealing with to lower his guard, he's certainly not one to be underestimated. Hey, buddy. Soto Kiryu. This is Soto Kiryu. He's worked with me as my assistant for a long time now, although he usually makes his living as a psychic detective. He's not officially with the police, but with my assignments being what they are, he has special permission to accompany me on investigations. An independent psychic detective?
who makes his living as Japan's only psychic, an independent psychic who makes his living as Japan's only psychic detective. At 25, Soto has no permanent residence, instead traveling throughout the country for training and resolving any metaphysical incidents he comes across, something which eventually led to him gaining his current moniker within the industry. Although he has a calm and taciturn personality and is possessed of a sharp mind, he is surprisingly sensitive by nature. However, this trait does not extend to mercy towards spirits and other phenomena, which he often ends up subduing by force. Primary spiritual abilities: curses. The ability to use particular curses to inflict harm or otherwise negative effects on others. Effects range from forcibly binding a target in place to dealing fatal wounds. The stronger the curse's effect, the greater the burden on the user. Shogun. The ability to see the face of a deceased individual from the remains, allowing for recreation of their face features via portrait sketch. Only a small piece of the deceased's remains is necessary to use this ability. However, enough of the thoughts and desires of the dead individual must remain for it to be effective. The Feast of Shadows! The ability to create a domain in which the potency and range of certain types of spiritual abilities are increased. Only effective at night. Soto himself is able to create a domain up to 1 kilometer in range. That's pretty huge. That's a huge area of effect. What the heck? Soto's family runs a small shrine dedicated to a certain onmyoji from the Sengoku period. This onmyoji is said to be an ancestor of the Kiryu family, which may explain why their bloodline has produced many individuals with a strong spirit sense over the years. Soto was born with an exceptionally potent spirit sense, even within his lineage, leading to his abilities catching the attention of a legendary psychic, It Tensai Ski, when he was 8 years old. It Tensai subsequently took him under his wing as his protege, and Soto underwent rigorous training under his watchful eye. Even now, he is always quick to respond when summoned by his mentor's wife, Yumeko Shiki, and often supports her during her work. He also has a keen interest in swords and is extremely knowledgeable about blades from all countries and eras. Oh no, he's a sword guy! Not the type you'd expect. We originally came to Mie from Tokyo to investigate another case. But with so many other incidents occurring, I can't help but get the sinking feeling something troublesome is about to happen. Detective Aide has been a huge help to us so far. He might be able to reveal some of our circumstances to him. He's had his gaze fixed on the corpse ever since he got here. I suppose he's curious to know what led to its current state. Is there anything that stands out to you so far, Soto? I'd like to get a better grasp on the details before saying anything, I think. We know what the situation was when the corpse was found. I just got here as well, so I'm not clear on the details myself. From the sounds of it, a local civilian happened to cross it about an hour ago as they were passing by. They got us on the scene immediately, so no one else should have seen it. That's a relief. We wouldn't want...
Oh, banana.
Why banana? That's a relief. We don't want want people working themselves into a frenzy over this. Left floating for a year? That might water would make it decompose faster, I guess, though. Where's that local now? I've got someone taking their statement in a nearby police box. I'll let you know when we get more info there. Please do. Alright, let's check the corpse. That's definitely a mermaid. I see. So this is the corpse in question, is it? Unusual certainly is one word for it. It's all dried up now, almost like it's been mummified. But apart from that, it's pretty safe to say this is a mermaid, right? Let's take a closer look at it. It would seem like the fish half of the body begins from the shoulders downward. All the mermaids I've heard had the fish half start from the waist down. If it's a fake, maybe whoever made it didn't do their research. If it's a fake, maybe whoever did it didn't do their research. Really?
Several of the mermaids described in old Japanese legends had their faces as the only human part, though.
Seriously? Guess that makes me the one who didn't do the research then.
The body's lower half is identical to a fishtail.
If this is a fish, it'd be a pretty huge one. This really is a corpse. I wonder when they died. I thought their body would have ended up this desiccated if it'd been in the sea this whole time. You think there's the possibility that they died, shriveled up into a mummy-like state, and then their body fell into the sea and got washed up to here?
Makes for quite the enigma, that's for sure.
There's no sign of external wounds. Can't see anything that could have caused their death, at least. As you could see, there's no doubt it was a human head. That's the main reason we went ahead with treating it as a corpse.
That makes sense. I can't imagine anyone would have seen a creature like this before.
It really is a mermaid. Wouldn't this be a pretty huge discovery?
It's not the sort of thing we'll be able to make public, that's for sure. I don't suppose we have any way of confirming their identity.
Her identity, huh? Given the state of the body, it'd probably be difficult to confirm based on facial features. Though we might have a chance using dental records. It would depend on if they've ever had a dental exam.
I see. That makes sense.
Honestly, I'm kind of leaning toward it being a fake of some kind. What do you think?
It's true that many of the mermaid mummies discovered were ultimately found to have been man-made in origin.
Oh, we're gonna talk about this one, huh?
Relics believed to either be the embalmed or mummified remains of mermaids are preserved in temples throughout Japan. Among them, several are said to bestow blessings such as eternal youth and longevity, or sound health, and are treated as objects of worship. In the 1970s, some garnered so much attention after being featured on TV that people traveled en masse to see them, prompting some temples and shrines to discontinue public viewings. Mermaid mummies have also been documented in other countries. In the 1800s, the exhibition of mermaid mummies as exotic curios became a... Curios! Goes great with milk! Part of a balanced breakfast. Became a widespread phenomenon across Europe and the United States. Lovely depiction of a mermaid. It's the one where they sewed a fish onto a monkey. Although these mummies were originally believed to be genuine, subsequent analysis has revealed fibers from materials such as wood and paper in their composition, exposing them to be man-made in origin. The quality of some mermaid mummies crafted in Japan during the Edo period was particularly high, with several being widely circulated, especially in Europe. Oops. However, the revelation that many of these mermaids were man-made does not disprove the existence of mermaids, and debate on the topic continues even today. You won't find me complaining if it is. No need to investigate a fake corpse after all. Maybe that's being too optimistic, though. We'll just have to see about that, won't we?
When I first saw this expression, I thought they must have died in unbelievable agony. But at the same time, I can't help but feel like they look almost satisfied. Could just be my imagination, though.
Satisfied, huh? Anything else to examine?
I guess we'll go back now.
First things okay, we gotta look at the corpse again. Did I miss something? Rub the mermaid? I don't know, it doesn't seem like I missed anything. Is there anything that stands out to you so far, Soto? Alright, well... I can't use my special... You're back. Why are you back? Alright, I guess this doesn't go away.
We're really do have a mermaid on our hands. Do you think all those stories about becoming immortal from eating mermaid flesh are true?
Oh, so you're curious about that too, Detective.
Well, I don't know if I'd actually want to eat it, though. Living forever doesn't necessarily mean you'll be happy, you know? Besides, I can't say I find the thought of eating meat from this thing all that appealing.
I see. I suppose that's a natural response. But there are plenty of people who would be interested in getting their hands on this corpse for exactly that reason.
I could see that. Might have people fighting over it if it gets out, and all the more reason to try and keep it hidden. Uh-huh. Trouble thing we've got our hands on here.
Well, I think we have a decent grasp of the situation now. What's your opinion, Soto?
First of all, based on the state of the corpse, I think it's safe to say this is another case of the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Some of the residual curse energy is still lingering around the body.
Just as expected, then. Suppose that's no surprise.
Curse of the Forsaken Fish, I wonder what that's about. Does it turn people into mermaids? Huh? What was that just now?
I'll try to explain our understanding of the case so far, Detective. I realize some of it might sound a bit absurd, but please bear with us. The corpse is neither a fake, nor could it be called a mermaid. It is the remains of a human, one transformed into a fish as the result of a curse.
What, a former human? And a curse too? It's pretty hard to know what to say to that. One thing's for sure, that's not gonna fly in the case report by itself. Might explain it a bit more for me?
Of course. Let's start with explanations of our circumstances then. It seems the time has come to reveal our circumstances to Detective Ide. I'll have to make sure not to leave anything out.
I'll leave the explanations to you, ma'am. I'll leave the explanations to you, ma'am. I don't know what voice to give this guy.
Of course, leave it to me. In return, I'll be counting on you to handle the report.
Oh, confound it. I did not expect that impression, that expression on him. Alright, let's talk.
First, I suppose I should start with a brief explanation of the department I work for.
Wait, aren't you some part of secret department in the security division over in Tokyo? Are you sure you should be telling me something like that? I'm not gonna get caught up in any troubles in business if you do, am I?
No need to worry. I doubt it will come to that. Probably. Our work is mostly kept secret because it's something of a pain to find people who will accept, let alone understand, the circumstances each time. But you've been very supportive so far, so I can't imagine that will be a problem.
Well, if you really insist. Go ahead, I guess.
As you say, my department is indeed part of the security division. Its proper name is the Paranormal Affairs Bureau.
Paranormal Affairs Bureau! Although occasionally called the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Division Paranormal Affairs Bureau, it is more commonly referred to simply as Paranormal Affairs. Only a handful of people know of its existence, even within the police force. As the name suggests, this unit specializes in the investigation and resolution of cases involving paranormal phenomena. Since the existence of such happenings is not public knowledge, nor is it readily believed by the general population, the Bureau's activities are conducted in the utmost secrecy. As there are currently only 5 members in the unit, including the chief, they utilize the network of psychic contacts across the country to assist with their case. The current chief of Paranormal Affairs is a man named Kuiru Nakagoshi. Wait, was that his name? I don't think it was his name, actually. No. Although said to have been born to a family of psychics who's been involved in keeping the world safe from paranormal phenomena for generations, Kuiru is an elusive figure. Very few have met him in person, and he's rarely seen in the office. It is said that this is because he has often been the target of hearses. However, some theorize that it is in fact because Kuiru is not actually a flesh and blood human, with some going so far as to question whether he really exists. His seat in his office is usually occupied by his familiar, a Nue, a legendary creature found in Japanese folklore. The Nue resembles an ordinary white thrush and acts as Kuiru's messenger, leading to bizarre scenes of police officers earnestly reporting their findings to a bird. I'm talking to a bird! What's that from again? The term Nakagoshi case serves as a codename used to refer to cases under investigation by Paranormal Affairs. Geez, the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? Geez, the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, huh? Though if there really are cases of spiritual phenomena causing harm around the place, guess it's not that hard to believe there'd be some sort of organization to deal with them within the police.
Precisely. I'm glad you're so quick on the uptake.
Well, after seeing that corpse over there, there's not much else I can do but believe it, you know? Does that mean you have spirit sense or some sort of psychic powers?
Not to any notable degree, I'm afraid. As mentioned, I'm primarily a housewife. If you ask me, I would rather sort this all out and get back home to my husband as soon as possible.
Right.
Shodo here was my husband's protege when he used to work as a psychic there. He helps me out on any work I'm assigned to.
I'm responsible for handling any spiritual work that comes up, yes. Spiritual work, huh? Hearing you say that like it's just another job really makes me feel we're talking about another industry entirely. But if you really are just a housewife, Mrs. Shiki, why are you working for a special unit like that? I know it's none of my business, but if your husband is a psychic, wouldn't all this be more in his line of work?
True. Personally, I'd also rather our roles were reversed. But there are several reasons why that unfortunately cannot be the case.
I see. I don't really know your circumstances, but it sounds pretty tough. Either way, I should be good to put this down as a paranormal affairs case then, right?
That should be fine, yes. You can leave the rest of the investigation to us. We'll also handle the report. More specifically, Sodo will.
His face. Really? Thanks! It's a great help.
Not again.
Not again. There you go.
Yumiko Shiki, female Itensai Shiki's wife, paranormal affairs employee, age secret. A woman who balances her work as a housewife with her position as a full-time employee of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, a secret department within the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. Although the very image of her fine lady in her appearance, she has a surprisingly free-spirited personality and tends to find anything she has no interest in too bothersome to take seriously. Things that do catch her attention, on the other hand, often command all of it. She will actively support herself in looking into them, or involve herself in looking into them. She utterly adores her husband, swooning in admiration whenever the topic turns to him, and she is also viewed with affection by her co-workers who call her ma'am. Out of the 5 current full-time members of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, Yumiko alone lacks any particular metaphysical abilities despite possessing a meager degree of spirit sense. Even so, she was chosen to be part of the Bureau's elite unit for a very particular reason. Reasons only known to a handful of people close to her. There was once one other member of the Bureau who had no paranormal powers to speak of. Veteran police detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi! Tsutsumi! He was the older guy in the first game, and the two occasionally worked on investigations together. When dispatched on assignments now, she always pairs up with freelance psychic detective Soto Kiryu, leaving all paranormal-related procedures and often her much-despised paperwork to him. Yumiko's husband is also a psychic by the name of Itensai Shiki, and Soto is his cherished protege. Oh, new file. This one's a long one. Alright. The ability to sense the energy of spirits and spiritual phenomena is known as spirit sense. Yawn-related procedures. The strength of the ability varies from person to person. While it can be increased to a certain extent through training, it ultimately comes down to the individual's innate talent. According to those who have it, spirit sense is similar to a sense of smell. The lingering spiritual energy in an area can be detected by what feels like specialized sense organs, conveying information such as the relative strength of the phenomenon, and whether it is benevolent or malevolent in nature. Those with a particularly potent spirit sense are also able to glean specific details from the energy, and even track it down to identify its origin. However, as spiritual energy is unaffected by air movement, it is not possible to use wind to drive it away. The ability to see spiritual phenomena is considered a psychic ability, further described below. Alright. It is... okay.
Spiritual phenomena occurs regardless of one's ability to perceive them, so many people that lack spirit sense are affected by such phenomena without any awareness of its cause. As spirit sense is impossible to quantify, comparing its strength between individuals is difficult. However, as tolerance to forcible exposure to spiritual phenomena is comparable to a tolerance to alcohol, there are those who use this comparison when explaining to others. Psychic ability is the special power to interact with or influence spirits. It covers a wide range of abilities, from simply being able to see spirits or being able to directly control or exorcise them. It also includes the ability to intentionally induce spiritual phenomena in order to use specific skills such as peering into the future, capturing images with psychic photography, or searching for objects using dowsing. Individuals who possess such abilities are known as psychics. People who possess spirit sense but lack psychic ability are particularly susceptible to the influence of spiritual phenomena, whether they are aware of it or not, and as such often victim to supernatural disasters or disturbances. Alright. Think. It seems okay, we'll just keep talking, I guess. Alright, let's talk about spirit sense. You know, I sometimes find myself wondering if I have a bit of spirit sense as well. There have been times I've caught sight of strange things when walking down the road at night. And when I look into it later, I found that the place I'd walked by had been the site of an accident or the like.
Oh, might be the real deal then.
It's definitely a possibility. I would advise not going too close to anything you see of that nature. It becomes easier for them to target you if they realize you're aware of them, you see. Jeez, what would happen then? Guess I'd just end up possessed or something? There is that danger, yes, in the event that you're possessed. You may find yourself afflicted by headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations. Memory problems and impaired thinking are also not unheard of. Ugh. Headaches and muscle stiffness definitely ring a bell. I sure hope it isn't the work of some spirit. Do people have their personalities taken over when possessed too? It may be possible with spirits who had a very close relationship to the target, such as if they were siblings or were parent and child. But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. The negative effects I just mentioned are primarily caused by the two parties not being in sync. That's good to know, I think. Even if a spirit were to successfully possess someone, it would only be able to pressure them to behave in ways that wouldn't be unusual for the individual in question. I see, but in that case, there's no way of knowing whether you're behaving that way of your own will or not, right? Right? Exactly. That's the prevalence of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. So that's how things work there. As far as I know, I haven't been having any problems like that, though, so I think I should be fine. Okay. More spirit sense. Having a spirit sense seems like it's more trouble than it's worth somehow. Curses. So I never would have thought that there's a curse out there that could turn people into fish. And it only half worked, so the victim ended up looking like a mermaid. That's bound to cause misunderstandings.
The curse is originally meant to turn a person's whole body into that of a fish, you see. But the victim died before the transformation was complete, so it stopped before it could reach that point. The vast majority of mermaids discovered over the years are either man-made fakes or victims of the same curse.
I see. To be honest, part of me was kind of excited when I first saw what it looked like. I thought it might mean there really are mermaids out there, you know? Exactly like the ones you hear about in stories.
I'm afraid we can neither confirm nor deny things there.
I get why you're asking about the corpse's identity now. Because you realize they used to be human, right?
That's right. Very recently, too. The transformation likely happened yesterday or even earlier today.
Well, that recently? Someone could really end up in a state like this in just a day?
They certainly could. I think I would know if you were I was possessed. Uh-oh.
Smacks myself with the right hand. That was just an involuntary contraction. Seriously, these curses sure are scary. Subtle possession seems like it'd be much worse than like full-on possession, I guess. Well, I guess scary in a different way. I'll get Forensic to take a look when they get here, then.
Please do. The investigator in question has worked on paranormal affairs cases before, so they shouldn't need any explanation.
Alright, the case from yesterday. Great. That should save us some effort, then.
More curses.
Curse one day, mummified curse the next. Sure is a scary world we live in. Talk about the department. So, is someone in this group gonna get turned into a fish? Does that mean that you came all the way to Mia because you knew something like this was gonna happen?
Oh, that's awfully perceptive of you, Detective. I suppose you could say that, yes? At the very least, this situation hasn't come as a huge surprise.
If that's the case...
Oh,
we're never gonna advance the story. We're just gonna see so many recollections. Unidentified skeletons.
It was indeed, yes.
Seriously? That sounds like a pain to deal with. But our chief knew all about this when he assigned me to the case.
If it lessens the burden, you've been a great help to us so far, Detective.
I don't mind occult stuff, so I've been asking all these questions out of curiosity. But it's probably best I don't get too involved in this paranormal business, right? You must have had a good reason for keeping it under wraps, after all.
I think it would be wise, yes. What is it?
Perhaps I could use my Shogun ability to see if it produces any result.
Oh, that's an excellent idea. I almost forgot we had such a handy trick up our sleeve.
Shogun, what's that do?
Patience, Detective. You'll see soon enough.
Right.
There. It's done. So it went well, did it? Well done, Soto.
What's all this about, then?
Soto can see the faces of the deceased from a piece of the remains, however small. He can then sketch the features based on what we saw.
Oh, so that's how you got a sketch of the victim in that other case. An ability like that would be priceless if we could use it on the force, you know?
Well, I hear it doesn't always work, so it's unfortunately not foolproof. So, what did our victim look like?
Not that. I think it might be faster to see for yourself.
That face. It's Somikama.
Wait, Somikama, you can't mean... Somikama? Alright, so we have a prequel and a sequel? No sequel yet. Alright, guess we gotta visit the prequel. Yumiko Shiki arrives in Toba's... Well, before we do that, I want to get the Mockingbird that's in here that we got in that previous save. Where art thou? Question mark. I think it's over here somewhere, probably. Defeat Kohozuna too? Does it just not always spawn? Lobster! I didn't mean to return a boat, but whatever. Well, it's a mystery. I don't know if it's a murder mystery. It's a supernatural mystery. It's the second game in the series so far. But it seems like the games aren't entirely connected. Like, there's probably, like, callbacks or something. Now, where is this thing? the first game was about like this. Oh. There's one. Is the one I got last time? I don't think it is. I think this is the one I got last time. So the first game was... So basically there were these 7 mysteries in this town. I guess there were more than 7 mysteries. I guess there were just 7 mysteries. And basically someone started a sort of supernatural tournament where a bunch of people received the ability to use curses to kill other people. And the one who basically collected enough, they call them soul dregs, which the number you get is dependent on which people you kill, basically. Curse bearers, for example, give you a lot. They were able to invoke the right of resurrection to bring someone back from the dead. And that's what that previous game was about. Number 6. And number... I don't think these are the same ones. Booby Bravo. Alright, let's do more flashbacks, I guess. Unidentified skeletons. Date unknown? How is it unknown? Welcome, ma'am. I've been waiting for you. The site where the bones were found is a little ways offshore from this beach. You went ahead and started this investigation. I see. Thanks for that. Welcome in, the docent. Thank you for ringing that daily door. Not at all. You clearing everything with local police meant all I had to do was arrive and inspect the remains myself. Oh, thank you for the follow, Tapper. Appreciate you joining.
That's 450 rewards card signups.
The rewards card sign up. Also, I guess we hit a goal. That's nice. The rewards card that is allowing you to do what's it called? To ring the daily door or become the stream ruler for the day. To get straight to the point, there is no doubt signs of a curse are clearly evident. Skeletal remains are tied to a supernatural incident. Stream ruler, yeah, it's a thing you can be. It doesn't mean anything. It's just you get to be congratulated at the end of stream. Seems I was right to trust my intuition on this one. Intuition on this one. Huh? I'm accidentally clicking things. Alright then, let me hear the full report. Understood. Alright, thinking. I'd already planned to come here to Toba and Mia Prefecture together with Soto on another case, but the news of skeletal remains being found in the area caught my eye, so I sent him ahead to investigate. As expected, it turned out to be the result of a curse. Likely a troublesome one at that. Hiccups. This is the town of Ijika in Toba City. The area is a historic place known for its ama divers. Oh, I know it well. It's also famous as the filming location for one of Japan's most well-known monster films. I wouldn't know about that myself, ma'am, but you seem unusually well-versed in that area. Those old tokusatsu films are the best. You should watch some for yourself, Soto. Yumiko is a woman of taste. As you wish, I'll look into it. Ijika Town. Alright. Ijika Town is a fishing settlement located within Toba City on the eastern tip of the Shima Peninsula. The area takes its name from Iji Kajima, an island offshore of the region. Iji Kajima. Okay. It is said that the hollow in the center of the island was so reflective as to resemble a mirror leading to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, giving it its current name, which is written with the characters for stone and mirror. The Rias coastline is a particularly beautiful sight and is well known as a spot to watch the sun rise. It is also notable as the filming location of the first entry in one of Japan's most famous monster film series and sees many visits from fans as a result. Godzilla. Godzilla was born here. Oops. And was there more added? Having originally sprung up as a castle. No, I guess this is just new. A city located on the northeastern tip of the Shima Peninsula, adjacent to Ise City and Shima City. Along with the city itself, its administrative area also encompasses 4 populated islands. The combined area of modern Toba City and Shima City was formerly known as Shima Province. Its coastline features one of Japan's most notable ria coasts and is renowned not only for its marine industries, but also for its popularity as a tourist destination. Having originally sprung up as a castle town of the Toba domain, the years following the Meiji era saw Toba flourish as the center of the Shima region. With an abundance of marine products available in its waters, it is also famous for being home to the highest number of active ama divers in Japan. There are many guest houses run by ama divers and the fishermen along the shore, providing visitors to the area with the opportunity to enjoy fresh seafood. And we've got these again. So, one more and we unlock some bonus content of some kind. There's music. A diligent and earnest young man. His mentor, my husband, has nothing but praise for his skills, so he has my complete trust. I know I shouldn't rely on him too much, but he's so good at noticing the finer details that I often find myself doing so. Alright, state of the sea. You can see the sea from all the way to Kamishima. From here, all the way to Kamishima. You sense anything out there, Soto? Yes, I do. The waters south of Kamishima are saturated with the powerful presence of the curse of the raging waves. I can sense it even from this distance, that's how strong it is. Is that so? Looking out to the sea, I can't see a thing. I just hope this means we've made it in time. Even during the disaster 5 years ago, the energy was never this overwhelming. The seal is broken, there's no doubt about it. So it's already broken? That isn't good. The sea still seems calm, though. Does the storm not break out immediately? Yes, something seems to be holding it back, for now. So there's a silver lining, at least. It seems stable for the moment. We probably have 2 or 3 days of safety. And we've got a bit of breathing room. Perhaps there's still something we can do. Curse of the Raging Waves. A curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms in the seas around Kamishima. It is said that the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Taishima, an island once located south of Kamishima, after someone brought about its destruction. Some believe that several of the disasters that have struck Kamishima in the past were actually caused by this curse in some manner, including the Kamishima South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. A person accused of bringing the curse to Kamishima was called the Raging Waves Curse Bearer and was shunned by the island's inhabitants. Are we gonna have a new curse game in this one too? Alright. State of the sea. I hope we can do something about the curse of the Raging Waves while it's still being held back. Yes, but despite all efforts, we still haven't found a way to lift the curse. We might have quite a struggle ahead of us. Boiled again? That's really the heart of the problem, isn't it? And we have no idea where your ancestors' keepsake is either. I apologize on behalf of my family. To begin, shall we review the details of the case? Is that really necessary? Necessary? Summarizing may help us notice something we missed. Now today goes past. but I don't admire your diligence, Soto. My thanks, I'll strive to be brief. A few days ago, a fisherman off the coast here hauled up a long, rod-like object. It resembled a human bone, so he notified the police. That was about 10 days ago, so I fished it up completely by chance. Following that, police conducted an underwater investigation of the surrounding area. They discovered multiple skeletal remains in a fissure beneath the rocks. All the remains were already severely deteriorated, with each being several years to several decades old. As a result, forensics struggled to identify the victims. There was just too little to go on. Only fragments of the skulls remained, so facial reconstruction was apparently not possible. Hardly surprising in such a state. Still, with your ability, we hardly need facial reconstruction, do we? Indeed. I'll report my discovery shortly. Shortly? What about tallly? Longly? You know, one possibility comes to mind. Will you humor me? Please, go ahead. I wonder if those skeletal remains could be the victims of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster from 5 years ago. Regrettably, that is not the case. Oh, darn it. Don't sound so defeated. Forensics confirmed 5 bodies in total, but they said that each had decomposed over a different length of time. Oh, meaning they didn't all die at the same time. Correct. The most recent appears to date back 6 years. The others go back some 10 years before that, and another 10, and another 10, and so on. So roughly one body every 10 years. Indeed. I imagine that any older remains may have simply decayed entirely. What do you mean someone's been using that fissure as a place to dump corpses for decades? It's surrounded by rock, and with minimal currents in the area, it is unlikely they drifted there naturally. Had that bone not been fished up by chance, we'd never have known. In other words, it was an ideal site for quietly disposing of bodies. This was no accident. Someone did this. I imagine quite some resentment must have piled up over the years. Indeed, but I've already cleansed the lingering resentment in the area. Leaving such resentment to fester could lead to a curse manifesting after all. Efficient as always. My thanks. There is one more point of concern that all the remains have in common. Go on. Each body bore a clean, precise cut, clearly severed. Severed? You're saying they were sliced straight through the bone? Exactly. Each was sliced down through the bone with a clean cut as smooth as the last. Forensics noted that reproducing such uniform cuts would be extremely difficult. Even with industrial equipment, such precision would have been unachievable decades ago. One possible explanation is that a master swordsman wielding a razor-sharp katana cleaved each of them in a single stroke. Yes, well, that would certainly explain it. But warriors don't exactly run around with swords in this day and age. Which brings us to the possibility of a curse, I suppose? Correct. If the cuts were made by supernatural means, the rules change. And as it turns out, there were traces of a curse at each of the severed points. So it's just a matter of time until we found one. Also, for the briefest moment, I glimpsed a curse echo that looked like a warrior in armor. A curse echo in armor? Yes, judging from the crest on its armor and given our location, it appears to be a curse tied to the Heike. Right. The Heike. You are familiar with the Heike, I assume? Well, the Heike? I'm not too sure. The Heike were a branch of the Taira clan, a warrior family who rose to power at the end of the Heian period. From their base in Ise province, they expanded their influence, reaching great heights under Taira no Kiyomori. But in their pride, they were defeated by the Genji in what is now known as the Genpei War. Yes! Of course, I knew that. The tale of the Heike preserved just how prosperous they were before they fell. Many who lived through the downfall carried deep regrets. The resentment is especially persistent. Many traces remain even today, and they can be quite meddlesome. Indeed. You hear about it all over the place. I guess even by expert standards, it's quite the problem. Oh, we got a timeline, the abbreviated genealogy of the Heike. Taira no Masamori begat Tadamori, begat Kiyomori, Iemori, Tsunemori, Norimori, Yorimori, Tadamori, Chigemori, Kotomori, Nunemori, Tomomori, Doriko. Who begat, and someone there, Shigemori begat Koremori. The Heike were part of the Ise Taira clan, which was itself an Ise-based branch of the Taira clan, a prominent samurai family of the Heian period. Although the entire Ise Taira clan was greatly influential, Heike refers to the particularly prosperous lineage of Taira no Masamori, Taira no Tadamori, and Taira no Kiyomori. Known as one of the most prominent samurai families of the Heian period alongside the Minamoto clan, the Taira clan was originally based in the Kanto region. However, following Taira no Masakado's uprising against the central government in the year 935 and its suppression at the hands of Taira no Asadamori, the latter's son, Korehira, moved to Ise province, where he came to wield significant political power. This was the start of what would become known as the Ise Taira clan. 4 generations on from Korehira, Taira no Masamori consolidated the family's influence in Ise. His successor, Tadamori, was granted permission to enter the imperial court in 1132, eventually attaining a rank equal to that of nobility. The distinguished military exploits of Tadamori's son, Taira no Kiyomori, further led to Kiyomori's promotion to Daijo Daijin, what a name, Chancellor of the Realm, the highest possible governmental rank in 1167. In 1180, Kiyomori's daughter, Noriko, married into the imperial family, and her son ascended the throne as emperor, enabling the Heike to consolidate their monopoly on political authority. Thus, the Taira clan came to dominate the political landscape of the time. Such was their wealth and power that one member of the clan is said to have remarked that all those who did not belong to the Taira clan were to be considered people of no position. However, this golden age of the Taira clan did not last long. Their arrogant rule and dictatorial grasp on power led to many turning against the Taira clan, and the stirrings of the rebellion soon came to a head, with several prominent figures joining forces in a bid to overthrow them. In the midst of the resulting years of warfare, Kiyomori died of illness in 11... This is just like entire history, holy crap. In March 1181, despite losing one of their key members, the Taira clan continued to struggle against their opponents, but to no avail. In 1185, they were finally defeated in the Battle of Dan-no-ura, and many of its members, including Kiyomori's grandson, Emperor Antoku, who was still a child at the time, were lost beneath the waves of Dan-no-ura, burdened with unfulfilled ambitions. It is said that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, regarded since ancient times as a symbol of imperial authority, was also lost to the sea that day. Yoshitora Utagawa, in the Western Sea, the diving women encountered the Heike clan in the depths of the water. After their defeat, the surviving members of the Taira clan, now disgraced as fallen warriors, scattered across the country and lived out their days in hiding. Even to this day, legends of Taira clan survivors persist in various regions across Japan. What's more, the katana that Curse Echo carried, I believe it may have been this flamed blade Nukemaru. Nukemaru? Yes, a blade passed down to the Heike, once wielded by Taira no Tadamori. I see. It would seem your love of swords has proven quite useful here. So, what you're saying is that these skeletal remains were cut and killed by the power of Tadamori's curse. Can't say it was Tadamori himself, but I'm confident it was a curse from someone within the Heike. Earning a bachelor's degree tonight, right? Very least, it offers an explanation for those mysteriously perfect cuts. But the body's being dumped every decade. Surely it can't be that curse. It can't be the curse too, can it? Correct. I imagine that part likely involves further intervention by someone else. But this wasn't an accident by some spontaneous curse. There's a perpetrator out there. Indeed. However, I can't imagine any psychic with enough power to wield such a curse would dispose of bodies so poorly. My theory is that someone is using a curse stone. They are killing through its curse, then discarding the bodies. A cursed stone? Think of it as a talisman that lets even those without spirit sense to use the power of curses. They're created when intense resentment fuses with a suitable relic. That sounds dangerously convenient. There were a few incidents involving cursed stones in Tokyo last year, actually. Didn't you hear? Oh, that was just last year?
Oh, now that you mention it, that somewhat rings a bell. Cursed stones. A type of tool, a curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of the Feast of Shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. So in short, whoever's behind this possesses a stone imbued with the Heike's curse. They used to kill someone roughly every decade, dumping the body into the sea. Yes, that aligns with the evidence. Thank you for the summary. And now there's this curse stone imbued with the curse of the Heike. This whole thing is turning into quite the headache. Even with so little to go on, Soto deduced all this. Pretty impressive. I'll have to remember to give him kudos later. So she's gonna give him kudos. She's gonna give him cooties. Finish the rock. This zoom is very useless. This is how this is the furthest zoom. This is the nearest zoom. Oh my god, we zoomed 1.05x times. Skeletal remains. Now then, about those skeletal remains. Were you able to use your Shagan, Soto? Yes, I did. It only worked on the most recent body, though, the one from 6 years ago. By viewing part of the remains, I was able to reconstruct a portrait sketch of how he looked when he was alive. Here's a copy. I've already provided one to the police as well. Impressive. That ability of yours remains quite the asset. Not always. There are times when the vision just doesn't come through. It's far from infallible. Besides, there are those who would simply speak directly with the victim's spirit and ask who did it. Even so, none of these methods would hold up as admissible evidence in court. But as a lead on our investigation, it's more than enough. Excellent work. Thank you. We had the police compare the sketch against missing people from 6 years ago, but no matches were found. Must be sad about being cut, right? Darn, would have made things much easier. Detective Ide is continuing the investigation. Oh, the detective with the local police. I've heard he's good, so let's hope he proves it. Toba seabed skeletons. A case in which multiple human skeletons were discovered from a deep fissure in the Toba seabed. The initial estimate indicated that at least 5 bodies have been disposed of there. The following information has not been made available to the public. Victim identity is unclear, all male. Each body is thought to have been disposed of at different times. The most recent body dates to about 6 years ago. Facial sketch of this individual obtained using Soto Kiryu's Shagan ability. The other remains show signs of gradual aging, with the oldest dating back more than 10 years, or 30 years. Although the presence of older remains has also been confirmed, they have completely decayed, and it is impossible to tell how old they are. It is unlikely that the bodies could have drifted into the fissure naturally, so it is thought someone has been discarding them there every few years. Each skeleton shows signs of a clean, precise cut inflicted by a sharp blade. Traces of a cut were also detected from around the severed sections. Traces of a curse were also detected from around the severed sections. The victims are believed to have been killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Heike. Say, Soto, that sketch of yours. Maybe we should show it to some of the locals? Good point. Someone might recognize him if they were around here 6 years ago. If we can identify the victim, it could help us trace the one who used the curse. Guess we can't just leave things be now that we know there's a curse involved. Honestly, I'd rather not deal with it. Here you go again. Are you sure that's something you should be saying out loud? Obviously not. I just want to get this over with and go home, that's all. Yes, we all know how much you love your home. Ma'am, behind you. Behind me? Oh, hello. Huh? Who's that? Just someone from town passing by.
Is this her? Is that why they were so weird about the name? Or like the face when they saw it earlier? What's that? There's someone from town passing by. Oh, she bolted. Soto, after her. On it. He's also a ninja, I guess. Hey, stop! Let me go! Oh, let me go! I didn't do nothing wrong! I've apprehended the suspect. Good work. Sorry for the rough handling. Mind helping us out a bit? Huh. What are you doing out here? Why did you run? What? Don't get smart with me! You're the suspicious one sneaking around and poking into things! You folks want to be wary with shady types like you wandering through town? You think folks want to be? Yeah, whatever. I see. Sorry if we gave you a scare. We're with the police, nothing shady here. You're with the police? Seriously? You heard about the skeletal remains found nearby, yes? That's what we're looking into. Don't look like police. Since you live around here. There's something I'd like to ask, like to take a quick look at. Huh. Do you recognize this face at all? We believe he may have been around here about 6 years ago. Huh? No, don't know him. I see. Then could you point us in the direction of someone who might know about people coming and going in town? No idea, ask whoever you want. Can I go now? I got nothing to do with this. I don't know a thing. Alright. Sorry for holding you up. Come back in 4 years when it's scheduled to happen again. That would... I mean, I guess that could work. What a peculiar woman. It was like her mind was somewhere else entirely. Well, either way, we should talk to more people in town. Agreed. Also, could you ask around and find out who that woman is? Of course. Several hours later. Look at his smug smile. Ma'am, I've learned a few things. Excellent. Let's hear it. Damn. He didn't so much as flinch at the thought of tedious door-to-door investigation. Not to mention he's good at it. Having him here is a huge help. We split up to ask around town. But all the leads I found just didn't actually lead anywhere. I'm just not cut out for this kind of legwork. Fifth one! We unlocked bonus content? You've found 5 mockingbirds, and you can now access the mockingbird relationship chart from the story chart screen. Okay. The port and town center are down that. Oh wait, the port and town center are down that way. But this area is technically the outskirts. Quiet town, so a stranger loitering here would definitely attract attention. That's a good point. We're still in the same area. We just changed perspectives. I guess he was blocking this when he was standing here earlier. Alright, about the woman. I asked around about the woman we encountered earlier. Apparently she wasn't originally from this town. Oh, is that so? Indeed, apparently she wandered into town about 5 years ago. She's been living alone in a cheap rental apartment on the outskirts of town ever since. When she first arrived, she had nothing but an old wooden box which she was clutching as if it were very dear to her. Nothing but an old wooden box. Supposedly, she used to work as an armor diver. Around when she first moved here, she'd occasionally go diving for fish. But these days, she keeps to herself and no one ever sees her diving anymore. No one really knows how she supports herself, and many of the islanders find her unsettling. Mysterious lady who looks like their main character, Yuza's mom, huh? Perhaps she fled from something and moved here, or moved her life here. It was suggested, yes, but she's never spoken about her past, so no one knows for sure. Although according to her landlord, she's never been late on rent. She's never caused any problems either.
Still, it seems odd she'd get so worked up about strangers coming to town. Doesn't seem like she's in any position to be worrying about that. You think she might be hiding something? It's possible. Her attitude changed the moment we said we were with the police. Perhaps she was keeping watch over the coast where the bodies were dumped, waiting to see if someone showed up. Right. I mean, the most recent body was from 6 years ago and she arrived in town 5 years back. The timing is rather suspicious when you look at it like that. We'd best keep an eye on her. Agreed. Were you able to get her name? Apparently her last name is Somikawa, but I didn't manage to get her first name. Somikawa? Why does that name sound so familiar? You've heard it before? I think so, but I can't quite remember where. But I'm a woman who cast off a past long ago. I guess I shouldn't let it bother me. What is your mysterious past? Not this again. Let's leave any time-consuming background checks to Detective Ida. Ide? Very well, I'll inform him. Somikawa, a woman living in Toba, although she occasionally does work as an Mermaid diver, it is unclear who she is and where she came from. Apparently she showed up in Toba about 5 years ago with nothing but a grubby wooden box to her name, and has been living there ever since. The other Somikawa looks like... And they have similar facial structure. Could they be related? Or could they be the same person? Having gone missing in the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago? This means that woman might have been marking us since we got here. It is possible. I apologize for not noticing it sooner. Even a moment's lapse can expose one to a curse. I was careless, but I won't let it happen again. You can be cursed that easily. That's terrifying. What a world we live in. I showed the sketch of the victim to several townsfolk. However, it would seem that no one here recognized him at all. Unfortunate. I suppose the chances are he wasn't from this area to begin with. I guess we'll have to place our hopes on Detective Ide then. You don't suppose we might be working with a bad sketch here? You needn't even worry about that. I'm confident in the likeness. It should be a near perfect match. You're right. I'm sure it's close. Sorry for doubting you. That concludes all the information I gathered from my inquiries. That helps a lot, thanks. Shall I summarize our next steps? Yes, I suppose we need to do something about all this. Let's see. About the Curse of Raging Waves. Guarding our main objective, or the so-called Curse of the Raging Waves. Without knowing how to lift it, there's not much we can do right now. I don't suppose there's a chance you'd be able to break the curse using brute force. You're quite good at that. Certainly an option if worst comes to worst, but I can't say I have high hopes it would work. I guess it would be more realistic to try to find some clues about the whereabouts of your ancestors' keepsake instead. Indeed, it is said that item may hold the key to lifting the Curse of the Raging Waves. Is it a giant fish scale? But even the location of the map pointing to the keepsake has unfortunately been lost to time. Although the map was said to be hidden inside the model of a mermaid mummy, one rumor says it was sold overseas during the Edo period. Doesn't sound promising. If we can't find it, I guess we're back to trying to break the curse with brute force. But to even consider that route, we need much more intel from the island. Which is why we need to head to Kamishima. At the very least, advise the locals to evacuate. Yes, hopefully... Are those hickeys? Yes, hopefully someone of influence there will believe us about the Curse of the Raging Waves. About the unidentified skeletons. Regarding the unidentified skeletons. Until we can identify the victim from the sketch, we have no other leads to move forward. I believe this is best left in Detective Ide's hands. Yes, agreed. And I think the same goes for that Somikawa woman from earlier. We'll have Detective Ide look into her. It's nice to have someone we can rely on. Agreed on that end too. In other words, we can safely leave the skeleton to case to him for now. Yes,
Though we should remain vigilant regarding the curse stones. Is something wrong? No, it's just that one of the islanders I spoke with seems to be calling me over. Something may have happened, I'll go find out. Alright, so this is when they find out about the mermaid skeleton, probably? Or the mermaid mummy? Please do. Man. What was it? Oh no, that was the day before. So, the mermaid mummy's later. The person who called me over shared a new piece of information. They were told to keep it secret, but opened up since we're with the police. Go on. Earlier this morning, down by the shore, they apparently found something that resembled the corpse of a mermaid.
A mermaid, really?
The same person reported it to a local authority, and was immediately ordered to tell no one, not even the police.
You're kidding me.
Are those burn marks? That local... the local authority that contacted an unknown individual. Soon after, someone came and secretly retrieved the mermaid's corpse.
That couldn't be more suspicious, could it?
Exactly. They were uneasy about the whole thing, which is why they confided in me. What shall we do?
Did they describe what the mermaid looked like?
Yes, they said it from the head to the shoulders it was human, but below that entirely fish. So it was not the classic mermaid from fairy tales, it would seem.
Only the head was human, hmm?
They also said that it was completely dried out, almost mummified. The face was unrecognizable. But they thought it resembled a local Ama diver named Tamiko Suma.
What?
Apparently she went out diving alone this morning and hasn't returned. That's likely what worried the witness the most.
That is troubling. Damn it, just what we needed. More things to deal with. First things first. Let's deal with this mermaid story. Come on.
Alright, we got another recollection at some point too. Or I guess this is the continuation. Let's see what this is about. Oh god, there's so many of them. Best buds, in love, bad blood. So there's like a love triangle going on here. We don't know what the question mark means just yet. A lot of rivalries, a lot of friendships. This one thinks they're friends with this, but this dude hates Anyway, alright, let's take a look at this. A mermaid corpse has been discovered on the beach near Ijika town. While Yumiko and her partner are investigating its whereabouts, they run into an important local figure. I guess this is like previous then. So the mermaid we first saw in the latest, I don't know, timeline node is what I would call it, I guess. That one is a new mermaid, and this one is a different one.
Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man.
Not like I have much choice when it comes when some bigwig from the prefectural police badger me to do so. So you're Shiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Division, was it? Huh, and here I thought you were just some housemaid. You sure you're from the police in that getup?
Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. You're also known as Unkakudono, I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance.
Rumors, huh?
Yoshiatsu Yamashina. That's a great expression. He's a tycoon, 70 years old. A wealthy tycoon who owns multiple companies and swaths of land, particularly in the Tsu and Ise areas, born in the Taisho period, unmarried. Who's going to own them after he dies? His family first came into business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town selling talismans, miscanthus, reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the Meiji period, this business expanded into a trading company, and the Yamashina family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family business and the daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned. using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks, a practice that made him extremely wealthy. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a particular liking to. This approach led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which included Shinobu Wakamura of Kamishima. Those who have received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unkaku Dono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control, all in an effect to garner even more status and money. In the shadow of the many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen into bankruptcy or being arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, both publicly and privately, and has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of a successor, driven by his determination that his beloved fortune should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amounts of money into research on the topic. Oh no. Rich dude that wants to be immortal? That sounds like a bad idea. Yes, I hear you've been doing some, under-the-table research into immortality.
So what if I am?
Well now, I wouldn't have expected you to be a dreamer. But it does make you just a bit more relatable.
You can laugh all you want. What's it got to do with the police anyway?
It seems on this particular occasion there's quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately.
You don't say.
After looking into the corpse of the mermaid found earlier this morning, it seems highly likely that it was taken into the custody of Mr. Yamashina here. He's quite the big shot around here, with plenty of weight to throw around both politically and financially. Of course, all the local police know of him, and of his moniker, Unkaku Dono. We had to get one of the higher-ups to act as intermediary to even get a meeting with him. Personally, I'm happy as long as we can get that mermaid corpse back from him. Although I certainly won't complain if he can tell us anything about the curse as well. I hear he's quite the curmudgeon, so we'll have to watch our step when dealing with him. This is Yoshiatsu Yamashina. He's a tycoon with multiple properties and companies to his name, mostly based here in Isashima. He's long been rumored of being involved in various shady dealings. Special Investigations has kept an eye on him. Yo, Hyper! Thank you for the raid! How's Elden Ring been going? You're still playing? You're still doing the DLC, yeah? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm VL. I like to play mystery games and horror games and detective games. And this right now is kind of like a mystery game. Supernatural mystery. Looks like there's curses involved and mermaids. As though you couldn't tell from the title. But yeah, how was stream, Hyper? Hope you made some good progress, or maybe you just were exploring. Hello, perfect werecat. Welcome in. Special Investigations has had an eye on him for a while now, but they haven't managed to find concrete evidence so far. It seems he has a knack for pinning the blame on his subordinates before finding a way to slip away. Needless to say, he and the police are quite familiar with each other at this point. Though I don't doubt he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind the scenes. There's no need for me to get involved in all that. I'll be satisfied as long as I get the information we need from him. Yeah, we're in this town, and we found out that there's a mermaid corpse, also Mockingbird. Found out there's like mermaid sightings, and also there's random curses here, so things are not going well in this town. These splendid gardens are all full within the grounds of Mr. Yamashina's Issei City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family. He's maidenless,
I suppose he has an image to maintain. Mummies. Yeah, they're mummified mermaids. People like Ashina have a tendency to underestimate me whenever I meet with them alone. Having someone intimidating like Soto with me gets them to take me more seriously. I'm glad he's with me. He's here with me today. I'm amazed we were able to get an appointment with him this quickly. You Hyper just left Elden Ring. Are you still maidenless? Yes, and all thanks to Detective Ide. It would seem he's quite the capable fellow. Alright, let's see. Apparently, he wears that crested hakama every day. Not exactly casual wear for most people. Wearing something like that in this summer heat. That's commitment to keeping up appearances. Alright, let's... Vision ability? Oops. This hasn't had a use yet. I don't know what this is. Oh! I guess it's just to help us find mockingjays. Or mockingbirds. Alright, let's talk. Let's get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning.
What?
That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it to police custody.
No idea what you're on about.
Of course. You will get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange.
Like I said, I had no idea what you're on about. That's all you came here for, then scram.
Oh, Betty! I really thought you'd be interested in what you had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality. I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural you'd be wary of our intentions. What do you say we say to a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Unkakudano? Alright, about the portrait sketch. By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken.
No?
This doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk about. But I was wondering if you happen to recognize the person in the sketch. It seems he lived in the Iseshima area around 6 years ago. Well, we don't know if he lived here. We just know that, his body was... he died here.
I've never seen him.
I assume you've heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed. This is a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea who it could be?
First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me.
Including women? About mermaids. There's one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality.
What would you know about that?
Well, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but there seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I want to say is that it's just that, a legend. It has no basis in reality at all.
How could you be so sure?
Well, just think about it. If that legend were true, wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found?
Who's to say they aren't just living in hiding?
The legend of Yao Bikuni is passed down in over 100 places across Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has ever been found to show for it.
So you mean to say those legends were fake? Please. If even one of those tales is true, there's always the chance there's an immortal hiding away somewhere.
I see. You really are quite the dreamer, aren't you?
Huh. I figured you were trying to bluff me out of that mermaid corpse for some reason or other. But now I'm sure of it. That thing's hiding some sort of secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out.
So you admit that you have the mermaid corpse, then? Oh, don't worry, we assumed as much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in a sort of mummified state, no? I doubt you'll be eating it as it is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over.
So you can hog it all for yourself? You won't fool me that easily.
You don't think that a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of a proper research institute?
I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved.
would you say? I suppose so.
We'll make sure that mermaid gets studied properly. Don't you worry about that.
Okay, so that's gonna come back later, I guess. About Yumiko.
By the way, you're obviously not just some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you?
I believe I mentioned it when I introduced myself. I'm just a simple housewife.
Likely tale. Plus that fellow next to you's also got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he?
Oh my, how observant of you. I suppose you could say that. Yes?
It doesn't take a genius to see it. One of them phony psychic types, are you? Phony? I hit a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind around lately. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you.
You seem to have quite the chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashima.
Don't know if it's because of the occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks get taken in by that tripe.
Oh. Occult craze. Alright, spiritual... Hang on, let's click this, so it's that. Spiritual phenomena, the supernatural, aliens, cryptids, lost civilizations, extrasensory perception, the list goes on. Each unexplainable phenomena are quick to take on a life of their own. A plesiosaur named Nessie living in Loch Ness, sightings of mythical creatures like the Tsuchinoko or Hibagan, the urban legends of the Kuchisake Onna and Hanako-san, television reports of spoon-bending psychics, documentaries featuring spirit photography and UFOs that become the talk of the school the next day. These are only a few of my favorite, a few examples of stories that have captivated the public's interest. Magazines specializing in paranormal phenomena continue to thrive with no end to the craze in sight. Thankfully short.
Now, Wakamura over there on Kamishima is one of them. Talk about a waste of potential.
Wakamura. Now we're going to talk about Yumiko still.
Can't take care much about who you are anymore. You're going around with some phony psychic tells me all I need to know. How dare you?
So he'll calm down. He can think what he wants. Alright, about Yamashina. I hear you've been putting up quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth?
There's just a lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that have let all this new generation tripe go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out there strutting around like they own the place far too big for their britches.
My, what a scathing review. Would our resident member of the new generation like to comment at all?
Please don't call me that.
I hear you've been searching for a successor, though. Given your strong opinions on the matter, I take it you're struggling. Although I can see why that would lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself, eh?
It might have been true when I started my research.
Oh, I take it that isn't the case now.
I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Don't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime.
Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though.
Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor.
Oh.
Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job.
Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean that you no longer have any need for immortality, then?
Huh. Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research for medical advancement, you understand. Think of it as doing my bit for society. You lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you mind your own business for a change?
Well, there's not much we can say to that. I'll try to be more discerning from now on.
I've already chosen my successor, no need to harp on about it anymore. Already written in my will and passed it off to my lawyer. You be sure to let your friends at the police know too.
Alright, Wakamura. Who might this Wakamura be?
Wakamura, he's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over on Kamishima. Used to have high hopes for that one, but that changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo.
A phony sorcerer in Tokyo? You plan to possess your successor?
You're right. Since then, there's been no end to his nonsense. Buying properties out in the mountains, changing company names, all because of something his sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me the layout of my house was unlucky and tried to get me to renovate the place. Just recently, he was going on about some curse causing a big storm, that sort of rubbish.
A storm caused by a curse, you say?
Huh. Even the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse.
Did his pupils disappear?
He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. Well, I'm done with him and his ramblings. The man's clearly a lost cause. He'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over on Kamishima.
I see. So even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult?
And you do? I figured someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes if criminals can just pull out curses left and right?
What's up? What's up, Piper? What's up?
You won't find me
disagreeing there. So what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse? Oh, you got Ursa headgear in Elden Ring? Nice. Is it the Red Bear set or whatever? Something like that? I don't know much about the DLC, but I've heard of a character called Red Bear. You're truly Ursan Lord now? Nice. So what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse?
Well, if I remember, why don't you go to Kamishima and ask the man yourself?
Oh, maybe we will. Thank you for the information. Is there anything you tell us about the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is so devoted to?
Wakamura went on about how there's some big shot who appeared on television and never heard of him.
As
I said, just ask him yourself.
Of course. We'll be sure to do so. How about this then? If you agree to give up the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality. Which suggests to me you found something you consider quite conclusive.
What are you on about now?
Well, I happen to know a little bit more about mermaids than most people.
Ma'am, are you sure?
That's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research on them a while back, you see.
You don't say, and?
Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant human immortality.
I know it!
More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals.
Oh, so they have a lifespan of 800 years.
That's right. As the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately.
Sounds like a real blessing.
No, I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse mermaids placed upon humans.
Curse.
Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It is a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of the immortals who have become 800-year immortals have found happiness. Not one. It renders living amongst other humans impossible and makes them an outcast from society. Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable, but after that, every meeting ends in parting. You outlive whomever you love or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will be only for a time. You will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years. 800 years unable to die with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yao Bikuni did.
I suppose that makes sense. Still, there'll always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be.
You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are certain conditions that must be met for this curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal.
Oh, and what exactly are those conditions?
Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not aware of the specifics there myself. A person who has gained an 800-year lifespan after being cursed by a mermaid. Someone who ingests parts of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a being known as an 800-year immortal. Once cursed, the individual's own body is lost, and a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Their soul is then transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control as if it were their own, with their consciousness presiding over both their soul and body from the head. As such, they could already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. If the individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will be instantly restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. In the event they lose any body parts, their hearts will treat the largest remaining part of them as their main body and regenerate any lost parts from there, with the removed parts subsequently vanishing. This even occurs in the event that the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally. As these people feel physical sensations and pain to the same extent they would have in their original body, it is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is an 800-year immortal or not unless they die, even for the individual themselves. The lifespan of this provisional body is 800 years from the time of its creation. Due to the individual's original body already being lost, not even the mermaids responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years have passed. Interesting, interesting. How many games could you play in 800 years? Well, that depends on how many game companies are still around in 800 years. Can I say this much at least? The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid.
Huh? Bullshit, ain't no way there's nothing that's anything other than a mermaid.
What I meant to say is, that mummy is a different being from the mermaids who wield this curse. Not all half-fish, half-human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what leads to mishaps like this one.
Say what? You mean to tell me this is not a mermaid, that real mermaids are a completely separate thing?
That's right. Which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal.
It seems you weren't bluffing after all. So what is this thing then? There's gotta be some reason you're after it.
I imagine that even if you had it dissected and examined, all results would point to it being just a mass of fibers, in other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that, you see. That mummy is merely the corpse of an average human, twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the forsaken fish.
What? Another curse?
Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens. That would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see, now why we'd rather you handed the mermaid over to us. The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely even you're not so hard-hearted as to deny them that.
Curses this, curses that. It's all a bunch of hokum, if you ask me. That said, the report I got from the Research Institute earlier said exactly the same thing.
Oh my, I take it you already had the mermaid dissected then.
I said it was a fake, but asked if I wanted to keep them going anyway. Told them to keep at it, but
it should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse, least of all information on immortality. Poor soul deserves soy and ginger. Won't you consider handing it over? Of course, we could always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse.
Alright, have it your way.
I'm so glad you've come around. Thank you for your cooperation.
Give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange I want you to tell me one thing.
What is it?
You say there are real mermaids out there. Where are these real mermaids hiding, then?
I suppose you could call it the eternal world.
The eternal world?
Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is Ryugu, the domain of the sea god.
Ryugu? How do you get there?
I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human.
You could claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like hope.
That said, the entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Eastern Sea. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in this area's long history. Which is why the Ise Bay has its share of mermaid legends too.
Well, now that you mention it, I have heard one of those stories too. Some old legend, some old tale about mermaids being found on some long-lost island called Taishiva or the like.
What? Wait a moment, where did you hear that story?
Ah, caught your interest, have I? Looks like the story has some merit to it after all.
I was simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name I've come across in any historical records. Taishima, an island said to have previously been located to the south of Kamishima. As it has long since vanished, it is sometimes referred to as Taishima or Lost Island. No official records remain, and it remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in tales passed down between residents of the Ise-shima area. Legends say the island was besieged by someone 400 years prior, and the curse of the murdered islanders caused the entire island to sink.
No, it's just something I heard from one of the young'uns out there looking for mermaids.
I see. Sounds like you've got a capable young hand. I don't suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual.
Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids. Our last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it then. It's clear you're no ordinary housewife after all. Not interested. Then this meeting's over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine.
Okay. That sure was a meeting. Oh, now we're going somewhere else. Ise City!
Hey there, you two. Sorry for calling you out here when you're so busy. Figured it'd be best to give you the rundown on our findings as soon as possible.
It's no problem. Go ahead. A message came from Detective Ide just as we were about to head to Kamishima, so I stopped by to hear what he had to say. Impressively quick work on his part, to be sure. I just hope he has some good information for us. This is one of Ise City's residential districts. Right now the ground is so hot, the air around it seems to be shimmering. What do we have here?
Oh, it's a poster advertising Kamishima. Something about to catch your eye?
I was just thinking, surely it would be better to put it somewhere tourists would actually see it.
Good point. Maybe they had some posters left over.
Jogger? Stop sign? Despite the heat, Soda looks as unruffled as ever. I do hope he isn't just pretending to be alright.
Let's hear what Detective Ida has to say. Huh? Wondering about my suit, aren't you? Are you? Just a cheap old thing? Sorry, I don't have anything more presentable.
Alright, about Somikawa.
Oh yeah, I also looked into that lady you were asking about, Somikawa.
Yes, did you find anything?
Well, it seems she hasn't registered as resident even though she moved here 5 years ago. Nothing came up for Somikawa in the civil registry either. I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from. Sorry to disappoint.
I see. Is that quite common?
Happens, and it's not unheard of for folks from the countryside to come here for work and just drift on with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently it was really common during the post-war growth period.
It seems we have quite the mystery on our mystery woman in our hands.
Yep. Though there is something I've been wondering about.
Oh, let's hear it. You have some idea who she might be?
Well, have you heard of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster? It was a big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back.
I have, yes.
One of the victims of that disaster was an ama diver and housewife from Kamishima by the name of Mara Mitakuchi. But it seems her maiden name was Somikawa.
So our mystery woman shares a surname with the maritime disaster victim. I'm impressed you managed to dig that up.
Well, I was already looking into the Kamishima disaster because of the skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence, if anything.
Oh, so you thought they might be related too. I'm glad it wasn't just me.
Anyway, it seems like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking.
Wait, are you saying?
Yep. I was thinking Mara Mitakuchi could have survived that disaster 5 years ago.
And you think she moved to Ichika and started going by her old name of Samikawa again?
That's right, what do you think?
Seems like a long shot. Maybe. But if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ichika for 5 whole years without making contact with her family?
Maybe she lost her memories in the disaster?
Right, if she only had her old memories to rely on... it wouldn't be that odd if she went back to using her old name.
Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It is difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years. Yeah, it's possible she never ran into anyone else she knew. That kind of thing's more likely than you'd think. Speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mara Mitakuchi from a report on the disaster. I haven't met Somikawa myself, so could you take a look for me and let me know what you think?
Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. What do you think, Soto?
If she's aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I can certainly see how this woman might come to resemble Miss Somikawa.
My thoughts exactly.
So you agree it's a pretty solid theory?
It's certainly worth looking into, yes.
But if she really is Mara Mitakuchi, there's something else that concerns me.
Something else?
This is just what I've heard. But it seems like the islanders over on Kamishima think this Mara Mitakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago.
What? Why would they think that?
No idea. It seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most of the folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is sort of taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be odd that if she felt she couldn't go back home because of that.
Surely not.
Seems as good a reason as any why she wouldn't want to come forward anyway.
If she's really related to the storm 5 years ago, she's a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first.
And I'll leave talking to Miss Somikawa to you two then.
We'll handle that, yes.
Just start carrying around a badge, Yumiko? About the portrait sketch. Alright, that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So I got all hands on deck to go around asking about that sketch you gave me. And we finally found someone who recognized the victim.
Oh, that's great news.
The person who recognized him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Apparently the sketch looked like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city.
Oh, so 7 years ago he was 19, no?
From the sounds of it, the guy had no relatives to speak of, left the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. So she doesn't know what happened to him after that.
I see. That would make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did we get a name for a mystery man?
Sure did. His name was Kippei Ikoma.
Kippei Ikoma.
I looked him up in a residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumano to Iza City 7 years ago. But it seems he doesn't live at the place he put his address anymore.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and it would seem that about 6 years ago, the landlord had his contract terminated after he failed to both pay his rent and return to his apartment for several months straight. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid.
If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't be a surprise. It wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains.
We'll keep looking into Ikoma to see if he was involved in anything that might have led to this murder. Of course, there's always the possibility we just got the wrong guy, so we'll just keep asking around just in case.
Please do.
Alright.
Testimonies indicate that the individual in the sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kippei Ikoma, who went missing 6 years ago. He has no known relatives.
Alright. The woman we spoke to said the sketch was really accurate. No doubt in her mind it was Ikoma.
Well, that accurate.
Well, I'm sure I've got the right person. So how did you make that sketch? There was nothing left of the victim but bones.
Oh, well, let's just say it's classified for now.
Right. Guess that means I shouldn't pry any further.
Yamashina.
So did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina?
Yes, Thank you again for your help there. It seems he's willing to hand the body over without any fuss.
Really, that's great. So why would some big shot tycoon go to all that trouble to withhold a body? If everything I've heard is true, you should probably take him in on charges of desecrating a corpse, you know? Or is there something special about that corpse?
How observant of you, Detective. I can, of course, explain if you'd like to know more.
Wait a second, is this related to that secret department of yours? I think you're better off not knowing if so.
Oh, really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold.
Please stop trying to rope him into helping us. Never met the guy, but I hear he's quite the cranky old geezer. How'd your meeting go? I bet he was pretty wary of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he?
Oh, well, I'm not sure you could say it went smoothly, but I don't think we upset him. At least, probably.
Don't sound so sure about that.
I don't have anything else to talk to about him, or with him about. So people believe this Mara Minakuchi called forth the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago, do they? I didn't expect the curse of the raging waves to come up here of all places. Wait. Did I remember now? Sole survivor of Taishima. His surname was Somikawa. There was something else about Somikawa, a wooden box. Surely that'd be too much of a coincidence.
Well, that's about all I had to report.
Thank you, Detective. This was very informative. As for our next move, could we ask you to keep looking into Kippe Ikama for us?
Roger that.
Let's see if we can find Somikawa again and hear what she has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamishima will have to wait until tomorrow.
So it seems. Oh, you had business on Kamishima too?
That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes? But now we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that will have to come first. You know, I was hoping to get this over with as soon as possible so I could get back home to my husband.
So you sure are devoted to your husband.
Oh, very much. Though I do worry he never eats properly when I'm not around. In any case, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it's just something out of the ordinary happening. Anything could be of help.
Sure, will do. Oh, you're kind of making me worried something might actually happen now.
I'd certainly prefer if it didn't. Anyway, we're counting on you, Detective. Alright, so another Somikawa with a mysterious wooden box that survived a disaster. Oh, so we're back here.
Bad news, ma'am. Seems we were a step too late.
Huh? What do you mean?
It seems someone came and took that Somikawa woman out to the sea just a few minutes ago.
What?
According to the witness, a foreign man came to the port with Miss Somikawa in tow. And they then boarded a motorboat that was moored there and headed out into the bay. Didn't appear to be by force, so we can probably assume they knew each other.
A foreign man?
Not sure what's going on. We should probably get a boat and follow, just in case. Yes, let's see if...
Sarah, what's wrong?
Spiritual force. It's overwhelming.
Buddy, move! What's going on? Hi. That girl over there. Is she doing this?
What are you doing?
You can withstand this curse? You really are quite strong, mister. Sorry, but I can't let you go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. Voithikos Numa, Guardian Spirit, grant me the wisdom of the Numinous. Oh, hi, Guiding Spirit, light my path ahead.
It seems they've saved the effort of searching for them. Saved us the efforts of searching for them.
So it seems. Let's see if this girl can tell us what we want to know. Pokemon battle?
What's happening? Who are you?
I could ask the same of you. What do you want with Miss Somikawa?
So you know who Miss Somikawa is, do you?
Maybe. What's it to you?
Ma'am, this girl's spirit sense is extremely potent, but she lacked experience. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people.
If I have an opening, I can use my curse of binding to restrain her. Usually it's too risky to use on ordinary people, but that shouldn't apply here. Alright, I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her. Tell us so this is as good an opportunity as any. I'll see if I can get her to lower her guard. When she wavers, I'll signal for you to use the curse of binding. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. On your signal. Alright, use Soda's curse of binding to restrain your opponent when they let their guard down. Press the use curse button to signal him to use it. You only have 3 chances to use the curse. Can we assume the foreign man who took Miss Somikawa is a friend of yours then? So what if he is? Are you trying to follow them? You certainly have a remarkable strength for your age. That might even be too much for us. What's with the sudden praise? You're creeping me out. No good, she's too wary of us. Seems we'll have to press her further before she'll give us an opening. No, there's no need to be so uptight. How about we stop all this and just talk for a bit? Not happening. You're just going to use a curse the moment I drop my focus. Alright, just we'll back off and leave you be. How does that sound? It didn't work either. She really isn't letting her guard down. Sorry, Soda, this is our last chance. You're just trying to get me to drop my guard, aren't you? Alright, got my guard, aren't you? Not happening. Alright. If you resist anymore, we'll have you taken in for obstruction of public duties. Wait, you're with the police? Heavy punishment. I see you must be from Paranormal Affairs. Then I definitely can't do what you say. What? You have some nerve standing up to us despite knowing where we're from. Don't you think you'll get off lightly for this? Threatening me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency, right? Well, we'd rather not be heavy-handed about this either. Let's calm down and find some other way to resolve this, huh? Sorry, but that won't work on me. I'm at a rebellious age, you see. What do you want with us, Miss Somikawa? I could say the same to you. You just want the relic for yourselves, don't you? What? Do you know about the relic? You're also with Paranormal Affairs, then? Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. I suppose that's the trouble with secret departments. Not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother. So we're both from Paranormal Affairs, are we? Let's talk. Perhaps there's some way we can help. I told you I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of your business anyway. Even knowing we're from Paranormal Affairs, you've got a straight face and hid your ties. I can tell you're both bold and smart. Thanks, I guess. Will you give up now? That wasn't enough! Alright. We lost. Game over! Oh, she looks so happy. I guess we're looking for something that's, like, unsubtle. Alright, so... give up. Threaten. Alright, let's do threaten until we do everything. Question? Alright, Paranormal Affairs, blah blah blah. Give up. Compliment. But you need the relic yourself, so you're unwilling to cooperate with us, am I correct? That's what you think. Can you give up already? Alright, I understand where you're coming from. We won't interfere anymore. Soda, you can stop now. Ma'am? There it is. Really? Thanks! You grown-ups and your dirty tricks.
You did well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. Now, would you tell us what you're up to here? I suppose I've slowed you down enough. Well, I suppose I've slowed you down enough. You'll never catch up to the boat now. Hawk as a starry, guide my path, and with thy merciful hand uphold me. But she broke the binding. Bye-bye. This was this random girl. Oh, confound it. Stop right there! Looks like she's given us the slip. I doubt we'll be able to catch her now. So, I'm gonna have to have a word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl. That was an interesting side story. I put on a call to Paranormal Affairs about an errant young lady just now. See, I assume she's indeed affiliated with them. Yes, it seems her name is Circe Lunalight. What a name! She's an exorcist from England who's come. Okay, I guess she's got to be British now too. Who's come here on exchange, part of her spiritual training, as I understand it. The Lunalight family, I see. How are they well known? I've heard of them, yes. They're a distinguished family of exorcists, quite an old one too. It would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense. Right. In any case, it seems she's in the care of Paranormal Affairs while she's in Japan. Honestly, I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance. What is she doing here in Mia Prefecture? What is she doing here in Mia Prefecture? But it seems even Paranormal Affairs isn't sure what she's up to. They've been looking for her. By the sounds of things, she's been skipping her training assignments to travel around Japan, visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead. Doesn't seem like they're keeping an eye on her at all. Unfortunately not. They asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo at once when we next see her. I see. More work for us then. That's the things we find ourselves caught up in. She seemed to know about Sumakoa too. I've got a bad feeling about this. Shall we try looking for her? I imagine she's still in the area. No, not now. If all that is true, I doubt she'll be looking to cause too much trouble. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into each other again, eventually. Well, I think that's enough trouble for one day. Let's call it a day. We'll head to Kamishima first thing tomorrow. Understood. Is that the end of this, Oh, it is! Let's go! Alright, so finally, this is the only option, which means it's finally time to end stream! Alright, we'll work on that tomorrow. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Why did my music not start? Hello? Oh, it's starting. It's just that my in-game music is louder. Anyway. So yeah, that is gonna be it for me for now. We'll continue this on Tuesday. Tomorrow. I said tomorrow. I mean Tuesday. We'll continue this on Tuesday. And finally find out what the heck is going on the next day. From when our buddy Yusa Mitakuchi decided to go fishing. Also, let's tip back to the game screen for a little bit. I also just kind of noticed this one is still not like this, which means that there's probably going to be a branch here still at some point. I don't know how to cause that. Maybe we just don't break the seal, or we don't do something like that. We'll see. But yes, that is going to be it for me. Thank you again for the raids, Hyper and Bracer Mary. Thank you again for the follow, Tapper the Old. And yeah, hope to see you all on Tuesday when we continue this game. Part 2, where story actually progresses, maybe? This is a whole lot of backstory, but then we did find a lot of interesting stuff. I think my favorite team so far are these two, Yumiko Shiki. Just because they're doing the cool stuff. And they know about things. Anyway, for those of you on YouTube, this is the end of stream, so thank you so much for hanging out. I hope to see you again when we continue this game on Tuesday. The rest of us on Twitch are gonna go find someone to raid, so hope you all have a very good night. Also, I hope there's more diving, yes. More diving would be great. Anyway, that is gonna be it for me. See you later. Bye! Alright, let's raid. Let us